Then, okay. Let's see, I can start. Oh my god, it's auto started to stream. Well, it's live.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Gamers for Giving charity event. Yes, another edition of the Gamers for Giving event is back in collaboration with Dapple, as well as IPL, which is what you guys are watching. My name is Kyon. On the other side, got the direction wrong this time. It is Nito. Nito, I hope you're doing all right over there. How are you doing today?
I have yet to find out who Nito is. We still have our top researchers working on it, and other than that, I'm doing about as well as I can. It's a beautiful Sunday morning, so lots to be excited for as we head into the opening rounds of this wonderful charity tournament.
Yeah, and just to give you guys an idea of what this charity tournament is all about, this is the Gamers for Giving tournament, of course, donating for the Gamers Outreach Foundation, which is, of course, an organization restoring a sense of joy and normalcy in the lives of hospitalized kids. And we'll get more into this charity as we go right along. Of course, I do want to point out, the numbers are not deceiving you. I had to actually check earlier today. Already $235 donated, by the way, for this tournament. And we haven't even gone live for round one yet.
No, I mean, it's really interesting. We have just started. We have our first round match at least decided for us, and we're already at 235. I can see this going a little bit higher. In fact, I might be contributing to the cause a while later, but as of now, great job, everyone. I'd like to see that. Let's get that number bumping up just a little bit more, by the way, just as this one goes on.
Yeah, I would love to see if that number keeps going up. And again, we'll be talking more about the charity. We'll probably sprinkle in a little bit of a few things about Gamers Outreach as we go right along. But of course, in front of a charity tournament, there is also a Splatoon tournament that needs to be played. And let's just get our two teams queued up here and ready to go. We got our first matchup of the day. And it is Good Squiddy versus, I cannot believe this team name is the team name that it is. We have deleted Guapa for charity. First of all, I think both of us know who Guapa is. I think second of all, we need to know why Guapa is being deleted for charity. Do you think you have an idea, Nito, or the mystery is just as crazy as yours?
I think I should correct you in saying that we know who Guapa was, because clearly...
True.
Bye-bye. But Guapa is someone I see along with this roster I've seen him multiple times, especially in H-Town, so shout out to the South Texans over there. But that's the reason, that's who Guapa was. As far as why they've been deleted for charity, who knows? I mean, that might be just used for, might be whatever you get from that deletion you can use putting towards this little collection bin we have at the bottom. So that might be a good cause. I don't know that it is worth the deletion of a player, but hey, why not? I mean, you might as well do it for good.
Just do it for the greater good, everybody. That's all I can say. Well, let's just go straight into the maps real quickly here to give you guys queued up here. For the first handful of rounds, we'll be going on to the best of three. Now, in most Splatoon tournaments world, we know that we start with zones for sure, but we got ourselves a tower control starting map because, of course, we love doing things that are more sillier than ever, and I think we should all get silly. Ship-shaped tower control is going to be the first map up on the board, and of course, we just saw the preview for your rosters. By the way, it's Noir, Tormy, Shark, and Z-Bean on deleting Guapa for charity. Good Squiddy is Silver, Peace, Rare, and Eric rounding out that group. And I think Nito feels like it. Nito, how do you feel about the lack of zones for any of these rounds? Is that anything that you know maybe should be a little bit more fun these days?
I mean,
more of it.
I'm always a fan of fun, and I've always been a fan of playing all zones. I think that if you want to be a Splatoon player, you got to understand the game, and understand the game, you've got to be playing all the modes that are being offered to you. So, hey, I mean, might as well start with Tower Control, Clan Blitz, and Rainmaker Splat Zones. Yeah, we don't do that here, maybe until the next round, but this is a special business we've got going on here. And I am a big fan of playing all the modes out. So we'll see how this plays.
Yeah, most definitely. As we are about to cue right into tower control ship shape here. Teams is going to be the leading blue up for Cherry is going to be on the bronze side. Orange colored side is going to be leading. Of course, we still got to put on our Splatoon hats, everybody. So hopefully we get to see some really funny things out there on the board. Already funny things are afoot here. Z-Beat is going to be on that wall screen. Shark on the vanilla tent of all things. On the vanilla paintbrush as well. And then we got some somewhat more serious weapons here, Nito, as we got the Opticon Prize for the leader and Frozen Pro. Either way, good Squiddy already getting started here. They are going to be deleted for sure. And it's going to be the first checkpoint being breached here. Eric's going to be the one using this prize slot, but actually still going to be able to get the checkpoint on their own. 30 seconds into the game, and good Squiddy clear the first checkpoint.
One thing I have to mention is that Z-Bean isn't traditionally a Wellstring player. I know them from UCSD Navy, a collegiate team. They're usually playing Brush, so I'm not really sure what... Oh, excuse me? What did I just see? 3 players go... What?
We may need to recalibrate here. We're just gonna... You know... Let's just say that... let's just say it's always shenanigans in the afternoon. I am also to be the same way you are. I think we're both waking up here. Either way, deleting Guwapa for charity. Z-Bean and the Funny are going to be the one right in this tower here. The lead of 14 against about less than a minute, more than a minute into the game. Wow. Good Squiddy already going 3 down, and we get to see possibly the second checkpoint being approached here. And the Funny Shark and Z-Bean are all over this. And Z-Bean on the weapon that they are not used to playing here, Nito, is the one right in the tower. They will get the second checkpoint, and the Inkling being used. And this is pretty much deleting Guwapa for charity already straight.
Yeah, I mean, no kidding. Guwapa for charity is already at this 3rd checkpoint. You've gone very far, and that's where you want to be if you're playing ship-shaped tower control. Z-Bean's still carrying this a little bit further, but look at where everyone else is placed up. They've already covered this. Hook, a line, and sinker. Get one person to step on that tower, and you've got game 1 locked down.
Well done to deleting Guwapa for charity. I think you and I are still somewhat broken by the fight near the base that kind of threw us off. You were about to go on the fact that, hey, maybe Z-Bean is a Brush player, and Z-Bean decides, you know what, this is probably the right time to dish out the Wellstring, and surely enough, it actually works. Although, why on earth is somebody else wielding the paintbrush? I think that leaves us to mystery here. So that's game 1 over to deleting Guwapa for charity. Don't worry, I'm slowly waking up here as well. Second map is, of course, going to be, the second map of choice is going to be Clan Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino coming up here. But again, Nito, this is ultimately a charity event, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get shenanigans on the board. So I hope people are enjoying this Splatoon tournament and, of course, donating for the better cause.
I mean, anytime it's a charity tournament, you know, you got to go out there and just have a little fun with things. I mean, this is a nice weekend morning. Like you said, both of us are still waking up. I'm not going to lie. I was probably in bed about an hour ago, but we're going to gloss over that and say it's a great time to go out there and just have a little bit of fun. Have a little bit of fun anytime you're playing competitive Splatoon. But now we're going into Clan Blitz Museum d'Alfonsino. And let me just say, that's a lot of range that Guwapa for charity has, or I guess the team of deleting Guwapa has. It's a lot. There's a lot of words in this team name, and I realize that anytime a team has more than 2 words in its name, it becomes difficult.
So what you're saying is that 5 words being greater than 2 is very difficult to comprehend, or even to say here, Nito. Is that where we're going with this?
Especially when I'm still waking up. But I mean,
I'm the same. Don't worry.
Like the words are slowly forming in my head.
You know what? We'll donate to help repair Nito's words. Let's get that for certain. Okay, so Z-Bean is still sticking with the Wellstring. Shark goes over to the tent with this one with of course the Trizuga. Otherwise, very little changes here. Funny is flexed over by the way to the custom range blaster. So main weapon changes mainly of a different kit. So I guess that's all we gotta say about that. And I guess that's what deleting Guwapa for charity also has to say about that. They already got a wipeout, and they're just absolutely rolling with this one. Sorry, the first push being less than 30 seconds into this. Shark, Tormy, and the Funny are still keeping the pressure up. For as much as they are getting value out of some of these picks here, I'm also just as shocked that Good Squiddy is able to get some trades out of this one. And even for a first push, it's only 74 points remaining. And I'm sure deleting Guwapa for charity can also delete more points off the board if there's.
I mean, so all of a sudden I see Tormy on the complete opposite side of the map, and now I see Z-Bean on the complete opposite side of the map as well. going for actually has a jump there that gets a power into the clan
That's
basket.
true.
And that's so wild to me that you're just sending people out here to the other side saying, whoop, get something in there, so why not? Just go, have fun, whatever, go my players.
Just send them. Get one person just sneaking behind the clan's basket. We'll get a few jumps this way. We'll just go for nothing ever normal in this game. We're just gonna play sneaky the entire way through. Set up one game. Either way, it is gonna be just 67 points remaining. There were 2 power clams on the board. I think one of them's gonna disappear right in front of our very eyes here, Nito, as Good Squiddy wasn't able to get the player started. As we get to see pretty much a more all-out brawl. Guapa for Charity, who has been deleted before, is able to keep this first right. They're just absolutely farming this one. They unfortunately been punished entirely, Nito, as they've been wiped out, and Good Squiddy is gonna try to rustle back and try to get a push.
First of all, yes, chat, that is 6-7, the number that everyone likes now. I don't know why. But secondly, this is a excellent looking push for Good Squiddy. We got Silver 64 making a run up the middle. No, we don't. Never mind. Everyone's gone down there. It's a wipe for Good Squiddy. We deleted Guapa for Charity, has now deleted the rest of Good Squiddy and has got themselves outside. That is really fun to watch, though. That wipeout happened as quickly as 3 or 4 of those players from Good Squiddy were able to make their way on to the other side. Now there's already a delayed triple. This could be delayed wipe. I'm not really sure what it is anymore, right? There's a power clam in the basket. That's all you really need to know.
That is very much true. Maybe we have seen already three wipeouts before, and this is going to effectively be the delayed wipe. But we deleted Guapa for Charity is able to break this home for 45 points remaining here, as Tormy is able to use the paintbrush, able to get the take onto Yacht's shot. Barrier now back up, and again the lead only slowly growing, but not by much. Still plenty of time here for Good Squiddy to make something happen here, as we get to see a nice little toss up the flat from the paintbrush, and that's going to be a double there from the paintbrush. They're not able to get the triple, but they're able to get some value, but it's going to be costing them through their own teammates. So you have to wait for the jumps here, as Nito about 1 minute 50 seconds into the game, and it's been a very brawly game to say the least. Guapa for Charity is able to get some points, but that's all I believe they're going to get here, as it's going to be the escape from Tormy.
Yeah, this is brawl type fight is probably the best descriptor I have for this, because everything I've been seeing so far has been completely messy. I mean, we're gonna need a cleanup crew after this set messy, and we're going to be call all the janitors messy. But I mean, this is kind of what I have as an example. Tormy almost gets this pick on the octo shot, but still a fight there in the middle. It doesn't matter, because we're going to have Tormy go all the way up towards this spinner. And this is something we've been seeing from Guapa for Charity all along. Send everyone towards this clan basket. I don't care if we're 2-3 players down. Let's just do whatever we want. Keon, it's going to be messy.
It's good. It's been a lot of brawl. The mini game here for deleting Guapa for Charity is how many times they can break the clan basket is what we're seeing here. Because they've seen 4 clan basket breaks, but not quite the KO marker here. So we will be seeing Guapa for Charity, or deleting Guapa for Charity, able to us in a few picks. I did originally see 3 power clams on the board for Good Squiddy that they could have tried to materialize, but not able to do so. We deleted Guapa for Charity, about 30 seconds left into this game, and Nito. Good Squiddy is having a hard time fighting back. That's gonna be the delayed wipe, and this is gonna be yet another push. Maybe the KO here if they're able to deliver some plans about 20 seconds into this, as it is gonna be the custom blaster. Excuse me, able to get through on a few. Only 5 small plans left for the KO. Not able to get that right now. But Nito, 10 seconds left. The brawl continues on. The we deleted Guapa for Charity is still looking strong. Good Squiddy needs a miracle.
I need to point out that the reason that orange-yellow clam was right there was because, remember, Good Squiddy had to go back to their own basket for a second there? I almost thought that was a Good Squiddy push, but here's one that might be able to manifest for them. You got overtime running down, and you might be able to get this clam basket in. You do have lots of players down. Good Squiddy has to back. Okay, wow, never mind. The funny is just too funny for Good Squiddy to handle. Laugh all you want, but Guapa for Charity has the last laugh.
Do we deleted Guapa for Charity has basically moved on to the next round, and they pretty much got the last lap in what has been almost a very brawl heavy game that we saw there. 2-0 finish there in round 1. I think we need to talk to ZB on whether that wellstring is going to be stuck in their arsenal for a little while. Maybe that's going to be the cue here, Nito, because that has been a very all-out brawly game, and Guapa for Charity just came out on top on most of them.
Yeah, and honestly, from what I've seen from other well strings in the competitive Splatoon industry, mainly my own drywall from Korean Corn, that is about as excellent as you can have a place off from well strings. You do just want to sit back and let everyone else do the work, which is the anchor strategy of choice, it seems to be. But hey, it works out for you. The rest of your team was just too funny. I also kind of noticed that Tormy had aura pretty much the entire match, which is really funny to think about. But Tormy was also the one that went up to the basket within the first 15 seconds of the game. So it's like, why not? Tormy, just go out there. You have a paintbrush. You know what to do with it. Just go out there. Have fun.
I think Torno was having a little too much fun there. And I know it's a Splatoon tournament, but you can tell the enjoyment's at an all-time high for probably a majority of these players. Let's get that out of the way. 2-0 is for We Delete Guapa for charity. We will say again, the Splatoon tournament's happening, but we got a much bigger thing that we do need to talk about because it is, of course, Gamers for Giving. Next round is going to be queued up here before we talk about that. I do want to talk more about Gamers Outreach Foundation. Real quickly, Nito here, just give you guys the full context. It is Gamers Outreach is a nonprofit organization restoring a sense of joy and normalcy in the lives of hospitalized kids. Each year, millions of children and their families receive medical care inside hospitals. For many, the process can be scary and isolating. During hospitalization, kids lose access to friends, school, and moments that typically define their childhood. And Gamers Outreach believes the world is better when kids can play and the gamers have the power to help. So again, every donation is going to be very helpful for Gamers Outreach to do their part in search of these hospitalized kids, and especially as a person just like me, who's had a lot of these troubles back as a young age. It does hit home for me for the most part, Nito.
Right. I mean, anytime you are a kid is in the hospital, as a kid, as a parent, as even a relative, it is very scary just being on that bed, not knowing what's going to happen next. Anytime uncertainty can be scary, but it's even especially scary when you're in that kind of situation, in that kind of environment. So the fact that we're doing this for hospitalized children is amazing because as a parent, I can imagine that being at least a light of comfort, relief for these kids. And for these kids, it's a way to take your mind off what could be a already stressful, distressing environment to be in. So it's awesome that we're doing this for them. And if you want to contribute to the cause, if you look down at this other side right here,
right there,
it's going to be the donation box that we have passing around. We already got our first anonymous donation, which is actually from 9 Whole Grains, someone you might know very well.
Yeah, 9 Whole Grains did drop the $200 at the earlier on in the stream. Of course, want to put that out there for y'all. So once again, thank you to our three donators here. It is of course 9. We do have an anonymous donation and Peace, by the way, as well. Once again, chatters, ! Donate if you want to donate for this amazing cause. We do want to see the number go up throughout this day. Let's talk about the next matchup here real quickly because we got more childhood shows we got to talk about, which has nothing related to video games. Don't ask why I put that correlation together. It is the it is the ghost emoji or the boo emoji versus Sailor Moon lovers. Now, I'm gonna go on a confession here. I have never watched Sailor Moon. I have a lot of my friends that do. So for this team named Sailor Moon lovers, I sincerely apologize on my own here.
I will say, I haven't watched it either, but I watched Deadliest Catch, and I imagine they are the same show. So, if anything, Sailor Moon is a dramatic storytelling of fishermen who are out at sea and dangerous environments, willing to do whatever it takes to get the haul of the day. So Sailor Moon, I absolutely respect the characters in that show, and I think it is very valid to be a Sailor Moon lover.
You know what? It all makes sense here. That I knew it had something to do with fishing for the most part. So, you know what? I've been educated solely there. Don't you worry. Scorch Gorge Clan Blitz is gonna be map number 1 here. We do these, of course, are 2 pickups here from teams ranging from I think of a handful of many different teams from Sailor Moon lovers and for the ghost emoji or the boo emoji. I'm gonna say pretty much many different players across the board. So let's just get this show on the road because they're both of them already. Okay, so there is, in fact, I believe the Bulbs Tri-Strike, I think is the exact name that we're seeing from Hawaiian. Otherwise, unbelievably, we got some actual weapons that are being played.
Yeah, can you believe that? It's still a Splatoon tournament, and one of them being Comrade, whose signature Carbon Roller Deco is out right now. Comrade is a player from Florida State, so I've noticed, I know a lot of the collegiate scene. I know that Comrade loves this weapon. I've played with it as well, so no surprises what we're seeing there. Was it a bomb pick from all the way to the other side? Well, not the other side of the map, but it was a great distance there that we saw there. Oh, okay. Nice work here.
You know what? 10 out of 10 on the bomb toss. You wish you had players, basketball players, if you will, that can make such a bomb. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. As we do get to see, yes, this is the Clam Blitz game. So both teams are basically just fighting for control of the mid. Only 5 clams are being picked up here by the Ghost Emoji group. As basically no power clam on site so far. There is enough to spawn a power clam if the Ghost Emoji is able to push forward here. You know, about a minute and 10 seconds left. Control mid is still kind of sporadic, and it looks like the Ghost Emoji is still taking their time. Maybe this is the time for them to get a push start, because there are some clams up on the board, and they will get the first one.
I mean, yeah, I hope so. There was plenty of clams right in front of this stamper. PETA is who I'm referring to. Get that clam basket broken right up, and they actually still have lots of control. Believe it or not, they have lots of players near this clam basket, but when you have a Inkjet, when you have a Zipcaster, everything looks excellent for you, because you can still wreak as much havoc as you'd like, and you still have all the numbers until now. 24 remaining is going to be the mark for Sailor Moon lovers to beat, but Ghost Emoji making their impression, putting their impression deep within Sailor Moon lovers. Great start for them.
Yeah, definitely great start there for the Boo Emoji or the Ghost Emoji. I think I'm gonna end up interchanging both of those team names throughout this set. As you can see, basically the Ghost Emoji still basically trying to strike here. A couple members have gone down from Sailor Moon lovers. There is a Zuga that is available that can at least try to stop an incoming push, excuse me. But Sailor Moon lovers are gonna have to wait, as they are gonna get a double. That is excellent, and then it's gonna be the other members following suit. But they also lost 2 of their very own. I think it was NWRM with the 52 gal that was basically getting some valuable picks on the board. They are going to get traded with the Inkjet. That could have been so much worse there, Nito. But at the end, there is no push on the board on that.
Yeah, Keon, the silver lining is that one of your players didn't get picked off by the Inkjet as fast as I thought it would, but that's the scary thing about going up against a Carbon Roller Deco, is that those picks could come in the blink of an eye. You really have to watch out for Comrade, a seasoned player with this Carbon Deco, and that's why I'm not surprised. We've already seen him getting dozens of picks on the board. We're already at 24 remaining, and we're still getting more clams into this basket. I swear, Comrade, if you go on another run here... Okay, never mind. Slosher able to stop this. Oh, are you going to stop this power clam? Yeah, you are.
Yep, never mind. They won't. Hawaii's just right there. It was just right there. They're able to swim it through and able to get that able to get that scored in. Excuse me, as Ghost Emoji able to take this one. 100-0, by the way, was the score for that one. I think that was a combination of, yeah, Comrade was cooking a little bit, and then the rest of the team was able to follow suit. It was an excellent trend from Ghost Emoji, and Sailor Moon Lover kind of just like a couple steps behind.
That was very silly. You heard it in my voice. All of you heard it. It's the fact that I thought that power clam was going to be stopped, but then it didn't. And then as soon as I finished my sentence, I knew very much what your next words were going to be, because as a caster, I know exactly what happens after I say a thing that should happen, but then it doesn't happen.
I think we call that the commentator's curse. What's going to end up happening here, Nito, is that the next time you have to get to cast a basketball game, you're going to talk about 90% free throw rates, and it's just going to be a clank. You know that's going to happen, and that's exactly what ended up happening here synonymously. Was we thought the stop push was going to get stopped, but of course, Ghost Emoji had other ideas. Someone was able to swim up and get right through. It is a 1-0 lead, by the way. Second game is Mahi Mahi zones coming up here. I do, which actually, no, forget what I was about to say next. They're just going to go right into this one, which that can only tell me one thing, Nito. Very minimal changes, and that's very much the case. Both teams are just running it back.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm pretty sure that's a great quote that I just came up with, and do not know the origins of it otherwise, as we begin with Sailor Moon Lover taking the lead first off. I mean, this is great This is a great opening from, or at least a modest opening from Sailor Moon Lovers, but there is still a couple of players you need to be taken care of on the side of the Ghost emoji. One of them is Pita, who's been doing exceptionally well with this stamper. We don't mention him quite as much because they already have this carbon roller-shaped threat on their side, but there is still some other numbers on Ghost emoji. It's going to make them a powerful team.
Yeah, and I want to see if the Moon Lovers, especially, is able to find some counters to Ghost emoji, which they were able to. Conrad was kind of stuck sort of with a sea of blue ink there, as it is going to be a nice little response. Two members have dropped, and NWRM and 000 is able to push forward. That is going to be a lead change, but soon, after with 10 more ticks left, that should be the water level dropping here in Mahi zones. So look to see if Sailor Moon Lovers, excuse me, is able to make that, able to keep this momentum going, but I don't think they're going to be able to quite yet, as control is going to get lost here. It is going to be wrestled back, but maybe only for a few more points on the board, as Ghost emoji able to take this one through, and only with the water level drop there, Nito, it is only just 47 points remaining for the Sailor Moon Lovers.
And one thing I liked about Sailor Moon Lovers anyway is that you used the turf they had to their advantage, making sure you can still zone out Comrade here, who's been doing very well against your team. I would say so myself, but what you have in exchange for getting it down to 47 remaining is a lot more ground to work with, so you're leaving yourself in a better position. Sailor Moon Lovers, as they're demonstrating for us right now, is doing excellently in spawning these players out.
Sailor Moon Lovers is looking for the next catch here against Ghost emoji. Oh geez, a burst bomb from Comrade just deleted NWRM right where they stood, and they could be looking to move forward, but not able to find the opening whatsoever. But that's going to be okay. The rest of the team was able to provide a little bit of extra support there, but only for a few ticks. It is just going to be a couple members down from Sailor Moon Lovers, but no advantage really taken from Ghost emoji, as this could be their time to strike. That's the wipe, and that will only be a handful of points on the board. But what that means there, Nito, Ghost emoji can look to lock out Sailor Moon Lovers just here in just a few moments.
Oh, that's what we would love to see, Keon. But Sailor Moon Lovers has been fairly well in getting these picks, even from a locked-out point as they were a minute ago or a while ago. Get two players down from the Ghost emoji, and actually Sailor Moon Lovers are starting to get themselves caught out as well. Sparadox is in a very tight position, a tough position, but they have some coverage from this pencil, and that's also great to see the coordination we're seeing from both of these teams, especially Sailor Moon Lovers on their screen right now. But they are going to be losing the lead fairly quickly, unless N-Warm has anything to say about it on the side. Oh, never mind. Wait, there is a lead change, but just by much.
Not by much. It was at the nick of time there, and that was Ghost emoji able to hold on to that zone pretty much for the right amount of time. So there is a chance for Sailor Moon Lovers, as I said about a few seconds ago before they went 2 down, but that was a clue that was used there, so there's going to be the trip strike speed thrown into this one. Zone does change hands, but not for long, as it is... Actually, I take that back. They are already brawling for it. Anytime we try to note that the zone change is going to happen imminently, it is always 2 down on the team trying to look for the zone swap, and Sailor Moon Lovers now just down to the pencil. It is going to be Ghost emoji going to gain the zone back. But that was kind of a messy brawl. It ends with a delayed wipe, and Ghost emoji is able to take down on some of these penalty points. They might be looking for a bigger lead here, and they're in good position to do so.
Okay, Keon, I think we're going to say the words brawl fight more often than not, because
Right.
Sailor Moon Lovers just got into a bar fight of their own right in the middle of the map, but as soon as that came to a close, the Ghost emoji group has now locked out Sailor Moon Lovers very well here, doing almost the exact same thing Sailor Moon Lovers did earlier, just capturing and taking off all these players as soon as they come trickling down. It's going to be a wipe here, a sweep, but my goodness, it was a much tougher one for Ghost emoji.
Yeah, they were in fact battle tested by the team looking for the deadliest catch in game 2, because you almost saw some big bright moments here from Sailor Moon Lovers, pretty much with the way they were able to surround Comrade a lot. whenever Conrad was trying to look for value. But with Conrad kind of being stuck behind, it took them a little bit longer. But they were able to wrestle it back at the end, able to get those delayed wipes there, and that is going to be that 2-0 victory for Ghost Emoji. They will move on, of course, in the Splatoon tournament, where we're still waiting to they're still waiting for their next opponent. We're also waiting to see if that number can once again go up there again. Exclamation mark donate for the if you want to help donate for a great cause here, Nito. And I'm sure the teams playing this one are probably playing this Splatoon tournament. But I think we also need to emphasize the fact that this is in fact this is still very much a tournament where we're raising money for charity.
Yeah, and it's excellent that we're having more of these charity tournaments happen, because there are a lot of things that we can put their money towards to help out other people around, or other people that we don't quite know yet, but we just know that they're going to be using a lot of what we put our money towards. For example, this one here, which we already talked about earlier, but it is again not words can't say as much. Words can't really say put into perspective how distressing of an environment it might be to just be in that hospital bed and having a game just to play and take your mind off of it, enjoy what's in front of you for a while. Words can't even describe how good that feels for someone in that situation.
I can actually relate from personal experience with that as a young kid. I'm a lot better now for context, but a lot of saving grace for me were the games of the past that were basically waiting for me back then, at least in the lobby though. So in the modern times, this is just as powerful for the kids to get a little bit to get their mind off of things. Again, exclamation mark donate to donate for this cause. We love to see that number go up here. Nito, we got some time before the next match begins. Both teams across the board in the previous round are 1-0. So, Nito, this is going to be a good time for us to give ourselves a quick break here. When we come back, and I hope you guys are still donating while we're on break, we'll get the next round all queued up. So don't go anywhere. Gamers for Gaming will continue here on the IPL side in just a bit. I think. Hello, everybody. We are back with Gamers Forgiving. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with this introduction. I'm sure Nito, who's also reminding everybody to stay hydrated, is also doing the exact same thing. Don't worry. Don't worry too. just be covert about it. Just be covert about
drink
it.
more water and
Stay
enjoy this matchup that we have ready for y'all. Ascension versus Zipcat for the third round of winners bracket. Smooth as ever.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And before I go to Ascension Zipcat, I want to note here, Sam, by the way, with the $25 donation, all gamers should give money to this campaign.
Please.
All parentheses, heavy emphasis. So don't you worry. Yes, but thank you thank you for your donation there, Sam. Once again, ! Donate if you want to donate to this amazing cause for in this Gamers Forgiving tournament, raising money for Gamers Outreach. Back to the matchup at hand here, Nito. It's Ascension versus Zipcat. Ascension has participated in, I believe, in Standard Q final in the previous times, along with Zipcat. So both teams. So we should be expecting some fun things with these, from these both teams. But we got the map list now. I want to go on the record in case you guys are wondering: is this some sort of like graphical error? No, that is Hagglefish Market duped twice. Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry. We are gonna iron out some stuff behind the scenes. You will not be seeing two Hagglefish maps. That will get all sorted out once we get to game 3. But that is a game 3 problem. The game 1 problem is Hagglefish tower control. And Nito, we're about to load ourselves right into this one. This is gonna be Zipcat on the Bravo side, Alpha side, Ascension. Anything that strikes out to you, if anything, here, Nito?
No, it's I mean, textbooks, weapon comms. I'm kind of surprised we're still seeing the S-Blast in this day and age. Although blasters are actually now more so than the weapon of choice with all the buffs that they've gotten, and that one tiny little weapon nerf that really doesn't mean much. But ultimately, Ascension running with a conventional weapon comp, the only difference would be the roller, but the roller is also something you're going to see a lot. I think a little more often now than earlier before, and they're still cruising.
I mean, this is pretty much cruise control here for Ascension here. This is going to be Ascension looking to see if they can pressure the second tower, which I think they might be able to here. Zipcat is just nowhere near the tower right now, and they definitely won't be near anytime soon. As Sam, not to be confused here, it is Sama Puris, one of our producers, across many different channels with the $25 donation earlier. I want to get that clarification out of the way. This is Sam, the player on Ascension, dishing out the crab, dishing out the splash, with the crab tank, and they were running that one all the way to the 3rd checkpoint. The roller has dropped. Team is gonna get eliminated here, and this is pretty much everybody from Ascension running to the tower to see if they can go to the 3rd checkpoint. But the answer is no. Zipcat does indeed hold, but Zipcat has a mountain to climb there as they get 11 points range. That's a nice little pick onto Mirage, and that S-Class is doing what they can to get points on the board. The second one is there for Orisay only for a couple seconds before they went down. Shivacola is able to respond back in time, but they're all flow Aura State, and Ascension is keeping this tower at least at mid in the meantime.
And that was a crazy direct that I saw from that S-Blast on the side of Zipcat. And it's good. We want to see just more of this aggression. You already see your opponents at 11 remaining. You haven't been able to break through this middle line that I like to point out anytime I do commentary. You always look at the middle line. But Ascension has been doing so well that Zipcat hasn't scored anything. Ascension is still taking care of whatever Zipcat brings to him, and I think that's incredible to watch.
I mean, Zipcat is just kind of just stuck. But I felt they had an opportunity to get out of defense, but the time of possession has been heavily favoring Ascension here, close to the halfway marker in this game, as Ascension is still riding this tower pretty close to this one. Zipcat is using this crab tank, excuse me, trying with their fullest effect there, as Nom Nom is able to try to pressure them out. Zipcat at least holds them off again, but they have to get something brewing over here, as it is just going to be the trade once more. 2 specials are at least available here in Nito, and with the delayed 2, maybe an opening for Zipcat as they are finally on the board.
This has to be the opening for him, like you said. 3 specials online for him, and now you're cruising and getting some points. The only thing is that Zipcat knows how much of a force Ascension has been throughout this whole match, so they're going to need to respect and play a little more carefully. I'm glad they have that crab off to the side, because at least means 1, you can draw attention to that crab, and 2, you have a player to go with it in case that crab does draw attention. You're really slides out off the map there, but good thing is Zipcat doesn't lose anything except for 3 players, so I guess they did lose some.
There were, unfortunately, 3 is bigger than 0 in the numbers game here, as that is going to be Zipcat forced to get themselves back into spawn. Now, they haven't broken through the second checkpoint. Things have looked pretty decent here, as we do get to see a special is available. It is going to be the bubble there, but this is going to be a sharking lure. Well, the question is Zipcat all over? I think they noticed him. They noticed the poor roller. The roller has gone down. Team has found them up right near the corner there, and this is now full aura state here for the dualies, as they just got the crab online. Expect this to be popped right near the tower here, trying to pressure out Ascension. Nito, about a minute left in the game. 2 specials available: Trip Tricks and Crab popped, and this is Zipcat looking for the second check.
And that's a great opening to boot. You have a crab, and you have at least used it for 1 pick. That means there's going to be no cooler for the time being for Zipcat, which is great because Ascension has been doing so well, firing on all cylinders. You still have more picks coming onto the board. Zipcat is looking comfortably, just as comfortable as Ascension did, although you lose 1 player on that tower. Here are the GG strikes. This should be enough for the lead. Will it be enough for the lead? Okay, yes it is.
Yeah, and that's gonna be game actually. It just so remember the time of possession I was noting I was heavily favoring Ascension. I guess what matters is what matters here is Zipcat saying, nah, they had us in the first half. They're not gonna lie, and they immediately clocked that one home with a KO of their own, and that's Zipcat taking home game 1. But Nito, remember when I said this is a Splatoon tournament, but it's also raising money for charity? We gotta bring out the ding dings here. The next $250 is gonna get for folks in the chat. Any donators out there, the next $250, if they are donate, will be matched by Squadaddle for those keeping an eye on. So if you donate now, that donation number is gonna be double. It is gonna get matched. Excuse me, is the exact term. So get those donations in ! Donate if you want to donate for this cause, and obviously Squadaddle will definitely match those donations up to $250 here. So keep that in mind, everybody. If you guys are tuning in. Oh, by the way, Nito, Zipcat, by the way, wrestling that one back in the second half. So I guess it's also how you finish, not how you start.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you were talking about it. You were talking about the time of possession, and that was very interesting to note because Ascension had this whole large, if you can imagine, a large chunk of the match where they just had possession of the tower the entire time. And then all of a sudden, Zipcat comes in and says, "Oh well, you can just sneak this by." And it seems like they snuck it by, but in reality, they were doing very well, and they were getting all the right picks at the right time. So why not? Yeah, for sure. And again, if you're not gonna have the rough start, at least try to finish it strong. That was basically a rough tower control map to get back on. But I guess we can ignore the fact that tower control has been gone, and now we move on to Umami Clinch. By the way, really quickly here, it is going to be a short path to the basket, so both teams are going to recognize this one, as we do get to see basically no weapon swaps here about 30 seconds into the game. The battle for mid does start. Zipcat does have these dualies here, able to at least get a power clam. Now it's being tossed to the pencil there. Few quick tap shots, only being able to do some damage here. Ascension is kind of just stuck back in their own base, or back in neutral here. They got a crab tank that's ready to go. Pencil outduels Pencil. Mirage has been eliminated, and Zipcat might be able to clear some ground. The pen is mightier than the sword. Well, the pencil's mightier than the pencil. That shouldn't make sense, but in the world of Splatoon, it absolutely does. Zipcat gets the first strike. Unfortunately, no follow-up there, but if that is an indication of anything, it's an indication of how all the matches we've been casting so far, Keon, I've played out. It's just been 1v1. It's just been fighting all across the board. Everyone contributes your own fight, and we'll just talk over it and make sense of it all, which is what's excellent there. Almost a pick if you didn't lose the ink in your ink tank, but Zipcat gets first strike. It's not going to be much, but it is a starting point.
It are points on the board, but that's really all it is. You're not past the 60 points marker where a power claim could basically hurt you. And speaking of power claims that could basically hurt you, Ascension has one. They may have to wait a bit though. They lost 2 of their own. well, having to deal with the delayed respawn as they didn't pick up the cooler earlier. So this is Ascension trying to build their way through. They eliminate 2. Now they're moving forward. Crab Tank used, but the Crab Tank is the one that's holding the Power Clam. They've been eliminated quickly, but that will the Crab Tank is gone, excuse me, and they spawn a second Power Clam there. That is bonked by the way. Tolenis' fame immediately cashed that one. It's now 60 points remaining. That is Zipcat at least putting the stops on this one. The Power Clam only pushed, and Ascension has the lead off of it,
An excellent lead nonetheless, especially with how close everything has been. Everything has been a matter of who wins the fight, and it's a very generic term, but there is a struggle just getting to the clan basket. As you're going to see here, this roller currently going up against 2 players from Zipcat. Ascension has nothing they can do from there other than sit back and wait for a better opportunity, which is excellent for the patience factor, but also a sign of how much both of these teams have been fighting each other throughout this match.
we'll get you some words there, but yes, it is just a showcase of just how well both teams are just kind of performing at a high level there. Another barrier break here. 2 members have gone down from Zipcat. Defenses aren't going to be there. This may be a continuation of a Power Clam only push, but he only breaks through penalty points. It's a free Power Clam on the board for Zipcat. They're just collecting all these free clams that are being given to them by Ascension, but Ascension still has control of the map here so far, as this is now all progressing by. 1 minute and 40 seconds left into the game. The pencil still doing pencil things, trying to provide a lot of paint here for Ascension, and Nito, Ascension has pretty much prevented Zipcat from moving forward.
And that's very interesting to know, because just a while ago I was talking about how much these 2 teams were fighting, and back then it seemed like Zipcat had some entry points there. It seemed like they were starting to silence some of Ascension, especially pushing this roller back, which would have been very dangerous. But now Ascension making themselves welcome at home as they get 2 power clams into this basket, 30 remaining. Excellent work here from Ascension, and it only seems like it's going to go even further with how far up Bonk has been pushing.
Yeah, Bonk is just basically able to push this one further and actually giving Ascension a lot of space to work with. The two members have gone down. It's just a Fruit and Tame. That's the only one there. Sam throwing in some small clams for the count. One measly small clam will be enough for the KO here. They just got to swim this one through. Sam's able to find a good opening. They're going to chuck that one in, and Ascension does get the KO to tie up the set 1-1, as we are about to key ourselves in here for the penultimate game, or not penultimate, game 3, the game 3 here in this best 5. I don't know why I said penultimate. Words are coming out here. So that was a fun matchup, but again, this is still a charity tournament at the end of the day. I'm gonna quickly rapid fire 3 donations here. Ruvik and Pixel, both $25 donations. No messages. Thank you for that. And some guy named Nito donated $10 there. I'm just gonna leave out the messenger, but Nito, well, thank you for your donation.
I don't know who Nito is. I will figure it out. I've been working on it for the longest time, and I haven't got the answer yet, but thank you, Nito, for the donation. This message says, don't tell anyone I'm donating while casting, and I'm not sure who Nito is, because I would never do that while casting. I'm not a distracted caster, so I'll find out.
But the Nito I know would never be distracted while casting. Absolutely not. This must be an imposter there as well. But either way, thank you once again for your donations. Once again, a quick reminder to those tuning in here: the next $190, I believe specifically, will get matched by Squadaddle. So !donate, get your donations in to raise for a greater cause here for Gamers Outreach. Remember when I said earlier in the set that there were 2 Echofish maps on the board? It has been Gentlemen, 2 Ramen Zones. There will be no duplicates on the board. Everybody agreeing 2 Ramen Zones for game number 3, so that's been cleared up here. What has also been cleared up here, Nito, is that the only change here is that Nomnom's just going over to the custom blaster. Otherwise, everybody else is just kind of sticking with their own weapons.
Well, you can't use Reef Slider for Zone Cheese anymore. That's what Nintendo's words were. So what's the next best thing? You bring in a Splashdown. What good is it gonna do, though? There's a crab from Ascension currently wreaking havoc all over your team. There's only so much you can do against that crab, so might as well get a few players down and allow Ascension to move their way up. I thought Bonk was right in the middle of Eli Nom for a second, but it does not appear so. Bonk is still a very high threat for Zipcat. just because of what Bonk has done in the previous two matches.
Yeah, Bonk can still do a lot of damage if you leave Bonk completely unchecked. And I can definitely attest for a time here, as there is going to be Ascension still keeping the points going here, especially off of the starting double there from Sam from Ascension here. Now, control only being neutralized, but this is still a lot of control from Ascension. Yeah, this could be a 1-0. Zipcat can't keep them in check here. They're looking for the chance to strike, but there are no specials on the board other than the trip strikes, which has to be burned immediately given the go around. All three of them tossed into the zone, and there it is. There is a zone flip. Just at the nick of time, 8 points remain is the score. It's going to cost them all three members in separate fights, and Ascension with a quick zone cap back, excuse me. Nito, all it is for Ascension, just a cool little bump in the road.
That was really both aesthetically pleasing to watch and also nice to see from Zipcat. It almost seemed like a desperation play, but at the same time, everything comes in and works out fluidly for Zipcat, which means they are able to capture the zone in the nick of time. They at least put some penalty points on, but those penalty points are quickly going away. Ascension locking things down once more.
Ascension's able to take down to a majority of these points. There is another zones swap the other direction now. Nito, in context of zones, obviously if you lose zones early, you only have small penalty points, so Ascension has to choose through some. So if Zipcat can keep the momentum going in their favor, they can possibly look for a massive change in momentum. And as there is the roller that has dropped, their bonk has went down, so Zipcat is in prime position. Dooley's insta pop the crab tank, and that's going to be a lot of pressure being tossed up front. Splashdown's going to get eliminated there. Nom Nom has gone down. 40 points remain is going to be the scoreline. Nito, 35 points remain, and Zipcat looking pretty decent.
Decent indeed. Zipcat a while ago was looking they were in a very precarious position, but even now, with Ascension taking back control of the zone, they're 2 players down. This zone control isn't going to last too long. This is the same story as that first Hagglefish game and what was almost the second Hagglefish game. We're going to leave that out, by the way. But Zipcat, the most important thing here is Zipcat has been able to recover this game. It is still a bit of a struggle, though. Notice that Zipcat hasn't been able to lock out Ascension for longer than, I would say, 30 seconds, but that was an excellent soccer play.
You know what? That might have saved a little bit of time for Zipcat here. They are losing the zones really quickly here, though, so they are having to through more penalty points. Excuse me. Now Zipcat is just trying to see if they can look to push forward there again. Sam down, so does Bonk again. That was Fruit, by the way, that got the double from earlier, and this might be a very delayed triple if they're able to get the pick on Nicola, but it doesn't look like that will be the case. That's going to be the escape here. Now, Zipcat is going to be going through some of those points. Their trip strikes, I believe, were tossed out. No, excuse me. That was a contest of the zone from Ascension. Zipcat is able to break through. This is now turning into a fight around the zone. Zipcat is just trying to hold on to it for dear life. Bonk's down again. So is the 52 for Cola. And that will be Brook still holding on to this one. This is going to be a lead change here if Zipcat can do this one again. And they will be able to. The crab tank's been popped. The lead has indeed changed hands. 50 seconds left to go on the clock. Everybody throwing out paint all into this middle of the zone. Cole is stuck in no man's land. Sam is just trying to paint with all their might, but they don't have enough support left in the tank. And Zipcat does it again in game 1. They wrestle it back in the second half. Zipcat does it again in game 3. They are up 2-1 in this best of 5.
So let's do that whole fighting thing again. This time with a little bit more dramaticness for the stream, because why not? And that's what I saw for a majority of this matchup here. Zipcat comes in, gets control of the zone. Ascension says, no, you don't. Zipcat says, yes, I do. No, you don't. Yes, you do. Now, yes, we do. We're gonna go ahead and KO this. And dramatic is the right word for it, I believe, because there is so much fighting in the middle, especially at the end, because of how many players were trading picks left and right. So I was surprised that it was going to be more dramaticness in this fight, but I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, that kind of went crazy there from Zipcat and Ascension in that Ramen Zones game, and I kind of felt like both teams very evenly matched into this one. Maybe we could see the set go the distance here as well, Nito. What else should also go the distance is the goal here, which I did see the $500 goal. Not sure how accurate that is, but we are really close to it because, believe it or not, Nito, we had a $5 donation from Anonymous. Thank you so much again. And then Pat Lee Dapple's commentator donating $25. Let's go, gamers. Thank you so much, Pat Pat J in full for that donation. Folks, we have raised $90 has been matched by Squadaddle. Another 160, and Squadaddle will up to another 160 is what Squadaddle will match once more. So again, donations should be tossed in. ! Donate should be your command if you want to donate for a fantastic cause. And hey, Nito, the folks are keeping this train going here and entering into this best of 5. At least our viewers and chatters are.
Right, and it's interesting seeing how these matchups have been playing out, because it's been the same story almost every time. Ascension gets a strong start. Zipcat comes in near the end and gets an even stronger finish. So as I'm finding these words and slowing myself down, I'm able to perfectly explain the flow of these matchups and say I would like to see something similar in Game 4.
You know what? You know what you're interested to see next, Nito? How do you feel about a big swing?
Big swing.
That is bonk in with the big swing roll. This is the vanilla big swing. So that's a ink back that has already been popped, by the way, from Ascension. If they want to take advantage of it, they have already eliminated two. This is just got to be tossed in there and stuck in no man's land. But Fruk is get down. That's the wipeout. This is gonna be the first checkpoint. Ascension strikes first 30 seconds, excuse me, into the game here, Nito.
Fast is the word of the day, because Ascension gets that big swing gets the ink back within the first 20 seconds. And now they've got the pedestal within the first 30 seconds. They're playing as fast as you would like to see from a team of this caliber. And they've already up to 30 remaining. They're getting past no man's land here. And this is all incredible stuff to see within the first minute of the match. So Ascension, if you're already playing to the script we've seen, we know how this ends. However, Zipcat, they do seem like they're a little outmatched in that first push, though.
They did look a little bit more outmatched, but Nito, as you were about to point out, games 1 and 3 great start. Not able to take that one home. They want to avoid having that happen a third time there. So Zipcat still has plenty of time, literally 3 minutes and 33 seconds, still plenty of time to make this one count. Ascension, by the way, is dropping some members, excuse me, there. You did see the crowd saying kind of just pressuring them out. Zipcat picks up this Rainmaker. They're gonna get eliminated here. That was cool. That took him out with the 52, and this is the Rainmaker kind of just stuck in a corner, nowhere to go from Ellie there. And Fruk is going to go down, so the brawl continues on. Any brawl, of course, Ascension will take in kind, as Nito, 3 minutes and 5 seconds left. Zipcat is still looking for that first checkpoint, and timer slowly ticking down.
I was going to say that's a much different minute than we've seen in the last few matches beyond, but it also does kind of still fit the script. There's a lot of fighting in the middle. Who knows what comes out of it? Ascension's still in the lead. Zipcat, for what it's worth, gets 2 points on the board. Unfortunately, you still need 68 more to tie the game and 69 more to get a nice little lead for yourself. So Zipcat has their work cut out for him, and especially more so now. I mean, Ascension has been able to perfectly lock them out in a map where you don't see it too often. I feel like Scorched Gorge is a map that leaves your team more prone to flanks, more prone to these surprise attacks, but Ascension looks very good here.
Ascension is looking strong right now in the first half of this game. Now we're about to be approaching the second half here, as the Rainmaker has been picked up. Already an extra point on the board, as the impact has been used trying to protect this push everywhere else. They lost 2 members of their own. The Rainmaker has been popped. No one other than Zipcat is going to be in position to pick this one up. And they have a core available from Ellie that is going to be tossed up to give Fruit and Tame some drinks there to play a little bit more aggressively. They'll pick that one up themselves. Rainmaker is reset. Ascension has lost 2 though, because Nom Nom has found an entryway. But all that being said and done, for a minute 40 seconds left, Ascension is just content chewing clock here, as Zipcat is on the struggle bus trying to even get to the first checkpoint at all.
And I should mention that this is probably the best Zipcat has looked all game. They finally got more than 2 points on the board. They might be able to clear this pedestal as well.
Oh no.
Fruk all the way into no man's land. Unfortunately, doesn't find help there. Now there's 2 players on either side. But Zipcat, this is the best they've looked so far. And even then, it's a little... It's not as certain as they would like to see from their own side. Ascension still looks as strong as before. And with a minute to go and a long way to go before you can get this lead, Zipcat still has their work cut out for him.
Nito, I think they're only gonna have like maybe 1 or 2 pushes left in the tank for Zipcat to even get lead, so they just got to be able to capitalize on this one. Ellie going down isn't gonna help here, so but they will have 2 specials. One immediately pop. That is the triple splashdown used. Crabs is gonna get used. Whale gonna get used. Every special in the book for Zipcat. With the timer ticking down, effectively I believe they're only gonna have just the 1 push available to them. And they will just need to look for the time to strike. Bonk is just being taken out alive there. Brook and Zipcat still trying to find an opening. They did get the first checkpoint. Now they have basically a 25-second difference here with this Rainmaker push to see if they can capitalize. The 2 members have dropped. Oh no, it's going to happen again, but the Rainmaker has been dropped. 15 seconds left to go on the clock. 3 members have gone down. The triple flash out in great position. But is there going to be enough time or even any room left for this maneuver to work? The Rainmaker being picked up here for sure. OT, the only push left. And that's going to be tamed. The one on Rainmaker duties there. The Inkbacks being used. It is going to swallow up some of the shots that Zipcat was going to dish out at them. 1-for-1 trade, and that's 2 members going down. Cole just has an opening. It doesn't really matter. Everybody's the only... Tame's just the lone one alive. And we will go to Game 5 in the charity tournament here as Ascension ties up the set 2-2.
And the charity tournament all of a sudden becomes the lock-in tournament. I can tell you that both teams are going to be in this stance, and I hope the cams come on soon because I want you to see the stance I'm kind of talking about. You might know, but it's like you start to lean in forward. You got yourself locked onto the monitor, the TV. You've got your controller in your hand. This is why, because it's looking much better for Zipcat and Ascension as well, but Ascension ultimately gets the win in that previous match. They looked a lot better in that one. I was expecting it to go the way of the previous 3 games, but I mean, Ascension looking as strong as ever in this set, knowing that they get the large lead, they got the large push at the beginning, and then Zipcat goes to the pedestal. Sure, fine, whatever. We're still gonna allow them to come in. We know they're having to play more aggressively in order to get this lead, so go ahead, do your worst. We'll match it.
You know, Zipcat, and we saw for games 1 and 3, Zipcat able to wrestle it back in the second half. This is probably the longest they looked all set long where they weren't able to take that one home. So we go to this is not counterpick Inkblot TC for those wondering. This is in fact standard Inkblot TC coming up here. To be our deciding game 5, of course, of course, determine who gets to move on to winner semifinals out of this bracket. Excuse me. So, hey, while both teams are loading up here, Nito, once again, the next $160 donated will get matched by Squiddaddle. So again, !donate if you want to donate for this cause here. So keep that in mind for the viewers as we continue to raise money for Gamers Outreach. That is going to be Inkblot Tower Control, by the way, coming up here. The deciding Game 5 to determine who goes to winner semifinals. No weapon changes from Ascension. Other side, it is still effectively, or excuse me, there is a weapon change. Ascension is going to go to the background flat roller. Bonk is the one switching over to that one this time. No weapons changes.
And I think it's really cool that the other team that these players will be these teams will be playing against, should they move on, is also at a Game 5, so no clear winners heading into this winners bracket semifinal, but Ascension wants to make themselves known, and they're doing a great job at it. 2 players already going down for Zipcat. Ascension sending everything and the kitchen sink towards this plat area. Not gonna come out to much though, as they only get up to 92 remaining.
Only 92 remaining, but they will get a chance to reset themselves back here. That is a bit of an assist here from one of the members of Ascension as they are able to eliminate 2. Now this is going to be the first checkpoint for sure being reached here, as this is going to be, well, is this going to be the checkpoint at all? Because that was a bit of a contest from Nom Nom of Zipcat, trying to see if they can make something happen. That won't be the case. Sam is the one running this tower. That should be the first checkpoint. Almost clear, but they're being pushed back. They think the crowd taking all the long shots. We're kind of throwing them off. Ascension is just gonna wait a little bit here. Need about a minute 15 seconds into the game. No checkpoint clear.
Welcome change from the script. By the way, Bonk just comes in, swings like crazy, because that's what you do as a roller. But most notably, no big lead here. It is different from what we've seen the last 4 games. Ascension only going up to 82 remaining, which once again, not what you would have expected if you had the last 4 games to go off of. So I'm interested in seeing what Zipcat has brought, because obviously the changes aren't going to be visible just from the weapon comps alone, but Ascension still looks like they're able to get a good handle on things, even if it's not through points, it's through picks, is where they've been maintaining their dominance so far. Like, they've already got 2 players down again.
They've already got 2 players down, and they still have a time to hit his own count here, but the crab tank is going to get used, so it's a lot of shots being thrown into the tower, only going to be delaying them by about a handful of seconds, but they are able to keep a lot of the pressure going here. Beacons, oh, by the way, also an underrated sub as Ascension has ways to jump in if they need to. And the first checkpoint is going to be cleared close to the halfway marker of this game, and Zipcat has to find a way to contest and prevent the second checkpoint, which is always treacherous to clear, trying to prevent that from being broken through. But I think that's going to be Cola basically trying to make sure Zipcat can't defend at all. In fact, that will be the case, because this is gonna be the second checkpoint for sure being cleared, and that second checkpoint gone means a whole lot here for Ascension. About 2 minutes and close to 15 seconds left on the clock here, Nito. Ascension has looked solid here throughout this game.
All right, halfway through the match, and Ascension has their big push. Granted, it's not going to be the eye-popping game winner that you might have seen, but Ascension has something solid to go off of. They've gone past that second checkpoint, and that'll mean the difference whenever they, if and when they do reach that point once more. But Zipcat needs to find something with 2 minutes to go. They have some specials to boot, and Zipcat gonna need a little bit more than that, just because Ascension has been so tough to break through. Having 2 players go up to the bad side of the map is certainly going to help. And with these strikes as well, you're going to have some more help. But is it enough to get themselves past this second checkpoint? We're going to find out very soon.
We're going to find out for sure here, because that's already a couple members gone. Only 3 left. It's just Tame. Tame has to leave. Tame doesn't have the backup anymore. And that wasn't the second checkpoint clear, but that was a great contest hit from Zipcat. Now Zipcat does have a decent amount of time here. As we take a look at the specials available, only GG specials for Zipcat, but they're the one trailing, so they're gonna have to use these use the trip strikes to at least continue an offensive push and prevent Ascension from moving forward here. But about a minute left to go on the clock. Ascension's gonna do everything in their power to prevent Zipcat from pushing forward. Nito, this is still Ascension's game, but as we've seen from games 1 and 3, this is also a game where they could be prone to losing if they're not careful.
Incredible stuff here from both of these sides. Zipcat, like he said, they are starting to catch up, so Ascension does have to play a little more carefully. We did see how well Zipcat was able to break through, as I was talking about them having to do that, but they have 30 seconds left. We've seen from previous matches that when they start to play with more desperation, they are going to play more reckless, and that's going to be dangerous for Zipcat. But Ascension is already seeing players go down. This is an excellent spot for Zipcat to come in. Now they see 2 players going down, courtesy of Nom Nom to the side. 12 seconds to go, and it's anyone's game still.
It's still anybody's game. 9 seconds left to go on the clock. Members alive, Nom Nom down, Cola down, and there will be the crab tank being used. They're looking to go to the second checkpoint. It is all up to the Kraken, and that will be a bomb that will clear the pathway for Ascension to take over the tower. As Bong able to snatch that one home. Despite game 1 and 3 follies, Ascension patches things up, and they will win the set 3-2. Zipcat will have to do it from the lower brackets, but that was a very entertaining best of 5. That we have just watched.
No kidding. I mean, it's a perfect time to break away from this imaginary script I've been talking about, to where we finally have a close matchup between both of these teams that go all the way to the end, because Zipcat very threatening to Ascension's lead near the end of the match, but Ascension holding things together just in the nick of time. They brought out all the specials when they needed to. They still kept their distance. They respected the rest of Zipcat because they know how easy it might be for them to just let the walls break down around them. So it was excellent work for Ascension there. Zipcat, however, bringing a fight to him much better in that game 5. They will be facing NM, who won the other match that went to a game 5.
Speaking of NM, the other match that went to a game 5, Nito, guess what not just that, I'll get to that in a bit. Guess what we're going to be watching here in just a few moments. It's NM versus Ascension. We get to stick with Ascension for another set. That's the trick. But more importantly, while we are waiting for the next set to get ourselves queued up here, by the way, Guess what? We do still need to look for donations, by the way, because $440 has been the donation count so far. Here. Once again, the next $160, if I can do some quick math, will be matched by Squiddaddle. Squiddaddle has already matched $90. So Squiddaddle matching the past $90 here, here, and Squiddaddle can match another 160 more if you do an exclamation donate. Doesn't need to be one $160 donation. Could be a train of $5 or $10. Whatever you can donate, it would be awesome to support a fantastic cause for the Gamers Outreach Foundation. So, folks, keep the donation train going here. And Nito, next set should be coming up here soon.
This set should be coming up very shortly, and I do want to at least take this time to point out that they are serving lots of this organization we're helping out serves lots of hospitals throughout North America, lots of them in the United States. They're also helping out our friends over in Canada and in Mexico as well. So already your money is going to be going towards a lot of places. And if you donate, if you're one of the next to $190 to donate, like Keon said, you're going to be taking some of that money out of Squiddaddle's pocket and putting it towards these wonderful organizations and towards these wonderful hospitals around the country and around North America to help out some kids in need who definitely need this as a welcome break from everything that's going on. So, with that being said, like you said, NM Ascension coming back up for winner semifinals, a important matchup. Now we're actually heading towards counter picks.
For those familiar with any tournament who knows what counter picks are, I believe this is your typical counter pick rules. Of course, can't pick the mode that you last won in, and then you can't pick the map you also last won in. Of course, any counter pick, best of 5, best of 7, whatever number you want to use here. Nito always comes with a little fun zones map to start us off, which probably is going to be Mommy Ruin zones for those keeping tabs on that. But yes, we got to talk about the teams that we will be seeing here. Excuse me here again. We just saw Ascension earlier. And then, by the way, having members known as Obito, Snipes, Jasmine, and Mehdi there as Obito, definitely a member I have for sure recognized around the block there. On the block, and we will get to see these two duke it out here in winner semifinals. Winner goes to winners finals in this charity tournament.
A French champion in Mehdi, a +2 player, and Jasmine also part of UK Mafia. Snipes also part of UK Mafia, and a +1 player to boot. Obito as well, another name you know around the block and another name you've known for the longest time. So, NM coming packed with essentially a very large hammer versus Ascension, who does have a excellent selection of players themselves, but we are looking at, once again, a very large hammer, because we all know that when you go up against a very large hammer, there is a good chance you get smacked very hard.
How I always say about getting completely bonked entirely is, all right, ship it back to spawn, express style there, and that's kind of and that's always something you have to be worried about for sure. I just saw that number go up. That was a match somewhere, because oh yeah, there it is. Rubik donated $15. Charge hold for heavy edit when? I think that's always a good question. Rubik, by the way, also with the earlier $25 donation as well. So once again, Rubik, thank you for your donations. We are about $30 away from the $500 goal that was defined here. I mean, hey, Nito, there's still plenty of time. We don't want it. You gotta still see the numbers go up. We don't want the tournament to end so soon. So, folks, keep those donations going. !donate.
Remember, I can't donate while broadcasting. That would require multitasking, and that's something I don't do. So, with $30 left to reach the goal, now is the right time to put some money in the donation bin and get ourselves towards this 500 goal, and possibly even exceed it as well. We are still fairly early on in the tournament. We've got a lot of stages ahead of us, but winner semifinals coming up very shortly here. Things starting off in Splat Zones and Mommy Ruins, which is very ironic considering that we started our first round with no zones.
Everything circles back to we had to start with zones somewhere. To be fair, zones is basically the mode in Splatoon 3. Everybody plays on it now. Both teams will probably be like, all right, well, we have zones. We know what to do here, for sure. So, by the way, it's going to be NM on the alpha side. Bravo side is going to be Ascension, excuse me. Had some of my throat there. So, Vanilla Roller is going to be back on the menu for Bonk. NM is going to be dishing out the Inkling Tri-Stringer. The chumps are in play. The other version of Bonk, I guess, is going to be the one with the That is the Blaster, the NZAP, and the 52 gal round left NM, and Nito both teams fighting for the zone.
And it's a great start from Ascension. And once again, if there's any team that knows a great start, it's going to be Ascension. But as soon as we see that, there's going to be the second bonk that we have coming out from NM. Great start. Again, once again, Ascension has the zone. NM's still looking for their way in, and they had a bit of a handle on it. Sorry. So as Ascension quickly gets 2-3 players down for a delayed triple.
Delayed triple is going to allow Ascension to just continue to push them up a little further. Definitely keep the momentum going from another game 5. It's the same way NM, by the way, also coming from game 5. Looking to see which team has the best momentum to start. As we do get to see 42 points remain here from Ascension. It is going to be a paint being tossed in here. It's going to be Lumia is going to be trying to move forward. Is going to get quickly chucked out, excuse me. Some of my words there. As it is going to be, it's Ascension still trying to fight for both zones. One would say neutral. This might still be neutral here for a couple more points. NM is still trying to contest here, Nito. About 32 points remaining is going to be the score, and this is going to probably be an imminent zone swap. Yes, it will be. NM will be the one to get their offense started.
Sorry, I just noticed that somebody's name was apparently I missed my X, which is a wild thing to admit in the middle of a charity tournament. But you know what? I hope that. I don't know. Actually, no, I'm not going to say anything. Why not just move on to the rest of it? SNM is currently holding on to control of both zones. And you know what? For as good as Ascension looked, and while they were holding the zone, NM looks fairly calm and composed here. We have lots of people currently bunched up here on top mid, but we're going to have them spread out very quickly because NM knows that if we could just send a Miha over forward, we're going to isolate this roller, and we're going to have an entire wipeout on our hands as well. NM, as dominant as Ascension looked earlier, NM looks even better.
This is deja vu all over again for Ascension here. Fast start, but then just not able to get them, not able to get together for the second half. But this time here, this is NM looking for the KO. This is just gonna be a desperation rush here. They're gonna be thrown off by the Blaster. 2-for-2 trade is gonna favor NM anyway. That's NM taking it home game 1 to kick off the best of 5 here. And what has basically started off with as Ascension getting off the fast start here about the first 2 minutes in. NM's like, nah, we'll just get lead from one quick offensive push.
Nah, we're better. That's essentially what you gotta say when you have an opening like that. I mean, Ascension looked good. I will say, Ascension looked like they had a clear handle on things, about as good as they did when they were playing against Zipcat. And then NM comes in. I see 152 gal making their way towards the opposing team's spawn, and from there I see 2 picks come down right in front of our spectator cam. 1 pick goes down. All of a sudden, this roller is alone, and this all happens within the span of seconds. And from there, NM was off to the races. There was no catching up for Ascension to do. NM cleaning things out very quickly at the end.
Yeah, and NM was able to wrestle that one home. The triple into the wipeout was basically going to give NM a big chance here to take home game 1. So that was game 1 over to NM, and now Ascension kicks off the counter pick stage once again. For those who missed it earlier, if this is the typical counter pick rule, it's gonna be the last. They cannot pick the last mode 1 or the last map 1, but they didn't win the game 1. So it is freedoms for them to see which map they want to use out of the available map pool. Still waiting to see what that counter pick is gonna be from Ascension, but. Nito, it's almost the same script for Ascension, just like the previous game. They've just trying to figure out how to get back into the second half of this game and just couldn't get it to materialize.
Right, and with Ascension, they already showed some level of struggle against Zipcat, mainly because of kind of the same thing that NM has right now. Just one player that will come in, absolutely wreak havoc for you. For Zipcat, it was Eli and a handful of players on their side as well. But just for NM, it's going to be that 52 gal you really need to watch out for if you want to keep a tight grip on things. I know that Tower Inkblot game certainly shook you up a little, but with this coming up for you, it is a big matchup, especially considering the names on NM's roster. And Ascension, knowing that they were able to catch NM off guard at the beginning of that matchup, you're still looking fairly good here, and you also have a counter pick to go your way.
Yep, and we're still waiting on that counter pick from Ascension, which I think just came live here. Is going to be the Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker making its grand appearance here. for Ascension. So that is going to be the counter pick of choice, which I would love to see how Ascension deals with this one. We've seen basically very little weapon swaps from them. It's going to be the question if NM has any in the tank. But while things are all getting squared away here, Nito, we're still waiting to see if anybody else is if we get to see any more of the donations go up here, because again, we're raising money for Gamers Outreach. And the match, by the way, is still active here. Next $160 donate will get matched by Squidado. So get your donations in. ! Donate the command if you want if you want to donate. Excuse me. You can tell I'm also stumbling in my words here, and we've only hit the afternoon, at least from my side, Nito.
It is still fairly early in the afternoon, and truth be told, I was also messing up with my words. So you know what? If we were to eventually downgrade and just go towards sounds, I'm sure we would still have some level of success. But you know what? We still have our words with us for now. So we're going to go ahead and talk over the rest of this matchup and get your way right now. The counter pick being Rainmaker Museum D'Alfonzino, courtesy of Ascension.
Yeah, Ascension is gonna be the one dishing this one out here. Your Medi is gonna be on the end zap. It will be okay. I can only imagine that's Bonk of Telenis' fame. Going back with the big swig. Hello, we got to saw the big swig for the previous set, so look to see more back shenanigans here from Ascension if they can make this one count. For about 10 seconds into this game, it will just be Ascension. Already the big back being used. Questions, can they even find anybody with this one? Trying to see if they can use it in a defensive setup. Doesn't look like that would be the case. First member down is going to be Ellie, because there is somebody from NM who just popped up from behind. All three members gone. Bonk has to escape, and that will be the first points on the board for NM, and for sure the checkpoint.
And look how far the 52 cal has gone after just passing through the first pedestal, by the way. They're still going forward, still collecting some points, and they're still somehow going forward with two Ascension players right around. And there's a wipeout as well, near wipeout. Only one player left. It's going to be the Tri-Stringer versus this 52 gal. A Tri-Stringer has a very scary matchup, and somehow still gets the pick from this. I don't know what that was from. That must have been fall off. But Medi at least able to clean things up, make sure this 52 gal, this absolute menace of 52 gal, and that slows things down for NM.
And right now, NM only having a reset there, but that was effectively the push, if anything, for NM to at least be in game-winning territory. Now, Ascension has to figure out how to stop the next push, which they were able to with a couple members down. Somebody has gone to the back lines there. That was the 52, I believe from Triple that has happened, but they've lost two of their own. It is just the 52 in the splash that is still fighting for Ascension to keep things alive here. Sam trying to fight near to Umia, and it will be the other version of Bonk going down, and Ascension so far is able to hold them off just a little bit more. Just that wall being thrown into it. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in here, Nito. Ascension still looking for the opening.
Right, and it's nice. It's great that you pointed that out, because Ascension, at least in clearing out the rest of NM, looked great here, and actually almost get the pedestal. I'm surprised that this stamp was able to come in just in time. It looked like Ascension had that on lock, but NM able to put a stop to that. But still, Ascension looks like they're slowly starting to creep up on NM, and this is what they want. At least you want to play patiently, and if you're going to be playing patiently, it can help to at least have things move very slowly for you. So I'm glad that Ascension at least has that going for him. They have this crap going for him as well. Let's see if it amounts to anything now that we've gotten past this pedestal.
Yeah, and now already the same in perfect possession for the lead change, and that is Ascension immediately taking that one home to 9 points remaining. One good game-winning push. Ascension responds in kind. Something that got missed earlier as well, Nito, was that Ascension literally had about a few seconds left before that Rainmaker had to reset back to mid. Had they not slammed that one home at the checkpoint, that would have been a delayed start on the push. But Ascension slammed that one home. They waited for the ink back to be used, and Ascension used it to full effect. And now we need to see how Ascension keeps the defenses going, especially if NM is just trying to do their best to get a push started on their side. Now, A minute 45 seconds left here. Nito, there is still plenty of time for NM to basically get a push start, especially when you don't have to deal with the checkpoint anymore. But they got to win out. There's a few fights. Ultra Stamp being tossed in. The wipeout is secured. The question is, can they capitalize? It's going to be Good Ace Gal and Mirage trying to fire right in. The answer is going to be no. The Rainmaker has been dropped, and the Pencil's right there in prime position to get the take on the Bonk. And so far, 60 points remain, and Ascension gets the hold.
Yeah, drop it. Get that Rainmaker out of there, because that is scary for Ascension. NM, this has got to be something that has to be on Ascension's mind. NM can quickly come in and turn this match around whenever they want to. And it's very scary. It's something you need to be watching out for, especially this 52 and this Blaster. This has been a dangerous combination for Ascension. NM can quickly turn things around, and with a minute to go, they will want to turn things around.
Nito, by the way, in case you weren't aware, they were trying to go for the Bigfoot play stall there in the museum. You know, the one where you had to make the switch surge up front to make the Rainmaker hard to grab. They did it with a minute and 5 seconds left on the clock, which is still plenty of time here if NM can basically capitalize. And they were able to follow up with the same thing and pick up the Rainmaker on their own. So now they have a chance to make this push count. They have exact timers, by the way, on this push. So they basically either have 1 or 2, depending on how this materializes, but they're being completely swamped because I just saw Vaughn go in with the big swing there. Now they use his ink bag. Everybody's being stamped out of the board, and this Rainmaker has gone down. Excuse me, the Rainmaker holder has gone down. 3 members down. This is going to be NM. They're going to lose 3. This is going to be the stall now coming up for Ascension if they just want to outfit this one up to ensure that nobody can pick it up or sneak things through for NM. Because this is going to be the wall being used out to use forward their Bonk. Wow. They don't have any members there. Doesn't even matter anymore. And Nito, we have a 1-1 tie in winners semifinals.
Keon, that was 3 walls and a crab in front of the Rainmaker. There's a saying, there's such a thing as GG specials. I've never seen GG wall before, but if you wanted any example, that's gonna be it. Ascension, honestly, they're pulling out some of all the stops in this one, trying to stop NM, and it's working very well.
That it really is, and it kind of felt like there were a few moments where you felt like NM got the push, but it always is the danger of the ink vac that Bonk had available from the big swing. When I say Bonk, that is the person whose name is I Miss My Ex, by the way, for those wondering. So hey, the big swing was used to full effect on the home run push, and it got them to the finish line. So great work from Ascension. We get to see another counter from NM. They cannot pick Umami Ruins, and I believe they cannot pick Zones, so they have to go to a different mode, either Target Control, Rainmaker, or Clams being the choice in question. So while we wait for the counter pick, Nito, we're still waiting to see if we get more donations coming in here. As we're about $30 away from the goal.
Don't make Rubik get another donation because they've already got 2 coming in from Rubik. One is 25, the other is 15. I think since we're so close to this goal, there's a lot that every one of y'all in this chat can do, in the audience can do. TC Inkbot is going to be coming in. I will say this is 100% honest. I was going to mention TC Inkbot. I was going to mention Inkbot because this is the bread and butter of counterpicks. This is the if we need to go for reliable here, we're going to break out the Inkbot every time. So I'm not surprised.
Somewhere out there, Popgun is actually just screaming about Inkblot TC being counterpicked. Somewhere out there, Zach's also screaming that it's getting counterpicked. What is the rule? There are 3 certainties in Splatoon. There are 3 certainties in Splatoon. First of all, you have to always counterpick Inkblot TC. Second, you have to always counterpick Inkblot TC. And third, you still have to counterpick Inkblot TC. All roads lead back to that. Let's get that out of the way. So that is the counterpick from NM. So we get to see what's being dished out here. We get to see a crack on Splat Roller once more from Bonk. It is going to be the custom blaster the regular blaster. Not sure I got the custom from Bonk GPT. Let's just see how this all plays out there. There is a bubble that is available and comes also available from NM.
And so far, so good. Pretty calm for both sides. If it was a big swing, we would have certainly seen Inkvac come out from now, but NM knowing better than to just go ahead and pull out all their strongest attacks first. Maybe not, though. We see Medi coming out from the side, but does not amount to much, that push. But this is certainly a little different. It's going to be slower on both sides. And it's almost kind of what Ascension wants to see because of how quickly NM could turn this game on a dime, what we've seen in the last 2 sets, particularly Museum Clam, or Museum Rainmaker, I should say.
Yeah, and the story still holds true for sure here, as both teams still fighting for any semblance of getting to the first checkpoint, let alone anything really on the board. Both teams fighting around mid, nobody getting any control so far. That's a nice little pick onto the good ace gal, and now this is now the move forward here from NM, and this is going to be the second pick, the delayed double there against Barrage, as the checkpoint now being cleared here from Mesmerizer. Now we got to see how this all plays out. The Dragon being thrown in. The jump was a bit delayed. That was kind of a very interesting pick there, as that was Bonk getting into that one. And so far, no, not quite the second time being cleared. That is still being cleared out here from Ascension.
Right, and Bonk was going to look for that flank. Wisely decides to back off because there's at least 2 players looking right in front of him. As a result, though, you do get picked off eventually by this Inkling tri-stringer. NM looking better than ever. Sam looks like they're in a lot of trouble. And who else but this 52 Gallon to clear out a few more picks on the front lines. NM has everything working for them so far as they head towards this 3rd checkpoint, but they're not going to make it easy, Ascension.
Ascension's never gonna make this one easy for NM here, but they all have gone to. It is just Ellie and Sam, the only one alive originally. All members have respawned from base, excuse me, as NM being pushed a little back. Now Ascension has some room to work with. I take that back. There are still members of NM still right there, waiting for them. The chumps are being used as a distraction maneuver. Everybody's just running on this 3rd tower. That is the 3rd checkpoint being cleared, excuse me. Bonk was able to put the stop under them, but all 3 checkpoints gone. Ascension has a tough road ahead of them. They got to get the tower out of their own base as the first step, and the second step is to get this tower anywhere close to the first checkpoint. And Ascension at least is able to hold them off, so there won't be the KO anytime soon. But Ascension has a lot of work cut out.
Oh, no kidding. Ascension has only gone up to 97 remaining, and with how much NM has been able to pile up the points within the last 3 minutes of the game, Ascension's going to have to bring everything to avoid them getting the match point from here, as you see good ace gal trying to do the same thing that the 52 gal's been able to do for NM, but who else? Medi actually going to be the one leading the charge this time. It's going to be a triple for Ascension. NM, once again, turning this game on a dime.
NM completely changing the tide of this game by a country mile here, and that allows NM to just keep the tower moving, and that is a little nice find on the Bonk. Bonk we're trying to go for a sneaky play, just not able to get that one to materialize. That's a second pick there. That is full aura state for the blaster, eliminating the beacon as well, to make sure that there are no silly jumps being tossed in. And then keeping the pressure going around flat. They are looking to make this push a lot harder here for Ascension. They lose a couple. Bonk's gonna trade basically 2 for their own, and a 3rd member has gone down. Sam just trying to run forward, almost donating themselves to NM there, and it is turning to a very crazy brawl. It ends in the favor of Ascension until that full aura state kicks in, and that is a 3rd member drop. Can they go for the quad? The quad is not there, but the triple was still very nice at the end, and NM is going to keep this push going about 43 seconds in, and NM has all the momentum, Nito.
We don't talk about mechanical skill as much when it comes to these players, but this 52 gal on NM, crazy work with the camera, crazy work with the movement, working out very well, collecting those 3 picks. Ascension has everything being thrown at them, including the kitchen sink, and this 52 gal is going to be back down a rampage. No, not quite.
Not quite for sure, but still members down from Ascension. It is still any trade basically at this point for NM is just going to benefit them heavily, but they can't afford to get a little too heavy for their own good. We saw from earlier that Elite can get lost if they're not careful, or if the opportunities present themselves for Ascension, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to ride the tower there. In fact, way too late. They were trying to swim up to the tower to even get the overtime started, although the Blaster probably waiting for them at the end. And Nito, in amongst the highlight reel and amongst the highlight push, NM takes home game 3 and they win their counter.
Yeah, and that's at least with the counter picks of 4. Now, when typically we look at Inkblot as being the, of counter pick maps, but it looked like NM had a clear plan in mind, and honestly, when you have a 52 gal doing as excellently as Amiga's been doing for NM, the plan has to be just send the 52 gal deep into territory. We have the specials to back you up. We have the pencil to back you up, or sorry, the tri-stringer to back you up as well. Just do whatever the heck you want. We'll eventually meet you up there, and everything will be fine. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't sweat it. Don't worry. Don't everything basically for this group. And right now, NM has looked pretty solid there. Both teams have looked really solid in their own way coming into this one. Counterpick time for Ascension. They cannot pick Rainmaker or Museum, so they got to pick something different this time. Maybe you could be looking for the mythical Clam Blitz, complete the quadfecta of all modes. Well, we'll see if they want to even entertain that aspect there, Nito. Once again, this is still a charity tournament for those wondering, and of course, with the Splatoon tournament being at the forefront. Here we are still $30 away. Again, next $160 will be matched by Squiddaddle, folks. So ! Donate if you want to donate for this amazing cause. Rather, you should, but of course, if you want to donate, !donate to donate for this fantastic cause. And Nito, we still have a lot of time left on the day.
Absolutely. Remember, guys, we are $30 away from reaching this goal. And with so much time left on this proverbial clock, you still have a long ways to go to break the goal. So, no sweat. You still got a long time. You still got a long way to consider how much you want to be given to a righteous cause, as we find out to the counterpick from Ascension being Splat Zone's Barnacle and Time. No Clam Blitz for you, Keon.
There was no righteous cause. There was no Clam Blitz on the horizon, Nito. My hope for the quadfecta has been ruined. But I think there's probably a game plan with this move. We're with Barnacle and Dime, Splat Zones, and this is what Ascension wants to go to. So again, if they win this kind of, everybody has one on their own counterpicks. Of course, advantage will go to NM if they end up dropping that one in terms of the counterpicks. So this is going to be the map that Ascension needs to win, and then they have to be able to adjust to a Game 5 if they need to get to that point. But Barnacle and Time Zones for what they want to dish out, especially with Bonk on Ascension side, is just flexing to many different rollers. There could be a game plan that they may have in mind.
Bonk with the roller of choice. I'm thinking that for Clam or for Splat Zone's Barnacle and Dime, that big swig's certainly going to be a direction you want to look towards, especially with how fast you can get that. You can get your Ascension to a really good start if you're able to use all of that to your advantage. So we're going to see what the pick is from Bonk. It's going to be the order roller. So instead, you're going to see the bubble come out.
I kind of love that bonk of Ascension side is just going to whatever roller just makes sense for them at that point in time. We got to see Crack On, we got to see the vanilla roller, we got to see the order roller, which is basically the same thing. And we got to see the big swing, so I love the variety for that box dishing up for Ascension. Both teams, by the way, fighting across mid. No changes really from NM to boot, so looking to see how this is all going to materialize. But the start here is going to go advantage NM, as that is going to be the delayed 3, and the 52 kind of stuck in nowhere to go. Effectively, a very delayed wipe, and NM is set up here for a lot of points on the board.
Lots of points on the board indeed. Ascension currently on the back foot and more so, but then this crab comes out and immediately changes things for Ascension. You still got to keep an eye out for that 52 gap, but at least for the time being, getting this zone back becomes much easier, and they do eventually get the zone to get some penalty points to boot. That's going to give you some breathing room, and it's very necessary, especially for a team that plays as fast as NM. But as I say that, NM's already got one pick. They might have two with Mirage having to jump out at the nick of time. One player goes down. Ascension still trying to fight for these picks, but NM, again, still looking for these picks wherever they want. It's almost like they're looking out for him. This is certainly going to be a wrench in Ascension's plan.
This is going to throw a wrench into every Ascension's plan in the book so far. Ascension has not found a response yet. Immediately spoke words and immediately are like, no, we're going to triple their own, and Ascension is able to get this one. Now, what it's going for them right now is that there are no penalty points to go through. If they compete, get a few more members out of the board from NM, they could get a lot of points. This could be a lead swap imminent if they keep this up. The question is, can they keep the pressure going? Box is going to go down, though. This could change plans. There is a member that they absolutely know they're at, and that's Umio that is dropped. That's going to be a lead change
Oh.
for sure, unless there is a fight across the zone. Actually, this with Medi still trying to fight for it, that is going to be the delayed 3. This will for sure be the lead change now. Ascension gets the response that they need. They will lose a few. They will at least take a lead in the meantime, but that will be full or safe for Miha, but they are being chased by this whale. The whale's trying to displace them. They can't do much. First bomb's being tossed in by Sam, but Sam won't get the pick. In fact, Sam goes down first at the end, and that was a lead for Ascension, but it may not last for long,
Not at all, especially with NM, or this 52 gal from NM having some aura. And it was courtesy of an assist, and that's something that's got to be noted about this aura mechanic. But as I say that, and one member of Ascension goes down, they have the lead once more, and it's still 29 remaining and counting.
Still counting down right now. 20 points remaining is the score. That's the blaster that has robbed, and there is still plenty of pain on the board. Ascension needs to just run up and see if they can fight for the zone, but there's going to be a full defensive maneuver here. Everybody's just trying to paint over the zone. It is a zone painting party here. There is one member that's dropped. You lose a few. Now can they keep this one up? But they have lost the 52 of their own. This fight for the zone is still going. Everybody's painting for the zone. All their might. NM is losing members. Mini's fight is getting value out of this one. But the zone finally changes for Ascension. What felt like 7 years fighting for the zone there, Nito. Ascension barely holds on to it, and now they're the one that's going to the penalty points.
This is one fight I can't. This is those fights you can't explain as a color announcer, because both of them are just throwing everything they've got at this fight, making sure they're the ones coming out of it. And Ascension avoiding the KO win, and then wanting to close this out very early. And we're still seeing some absolute chaos occurring with Ascension getting some more picks on the board. Incredible stuff they're witnessing, and there's still a minute left, Keon.
Still a minute left to go on the clock. They're not anywhere near the penalty points now. Trade will favor Ascension. They send it here. In fact, there's not much pain, but they've also lost the pencil. There's 2 members that have gone down. Good Ace has to put the defense of their the lives here, but they are going to go down now. Here's the thing. 3 members have gone down. Is the wipeout going to be there? It is going to be Sam that has to retreat at the end, because there's a man advantage here from NM, and about 50 seconds left on the clock. What a valiant effort. A 2-to-1 difference, and now the picks are now the picks and trades are much more important here, Nito.
Oh, absolutely. 40 seconds to go. Ascension is now the team that can turn this on a dime if they want to. But NM not going to let them have it at all. These teams are going neck and neck, and now it's just becoming a question of who's going to win the most fights on their team. That's a delayed wipe for NM. There's not much time left on his clock, Keon. NM is going to be closing out this set.
That was a lot more entertaining than I think both of these teams really bargained for at the end there, Nito. We saw what felt like Ascension nearly wrestling that one home on their own counter pick, and NM's just shut the door on them. NM just did not allow that to materialize. By the way, that's a 3-1 victory in winter semifinals. They got to win an Ascension's counter pick, and that was a lot. That was very entertaining, to say the least, for this group. And a lot of credit really to both teams. More credit to NM obviously for the dub, but both teams basically fought very well in winter semis, and the story won't be over for Ascension, Nito, because they have another chance in the lower brackets.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the cool thing about this being a double elim, is that we will at least see both of these teams later on, but Ascension going to be going down to the losers bracket, and I'm going to be facing off against the #1 seed Bread in the winners finals. So still lots to look forward to. I should mention Bread actually beat out BlankZ 3-0 in a clean sweep. So that is another noteworthy result in and of itself. But we do have to talk about 3-1 NM beating Ascension, because Ascension throwing everything at NM, but NM responding in kind. That results in this game being separated by just 2 points.
Yeah, and that really just boiled down to ultimately a game of inches. Really, they're both teams really threw out haymakers for the most part. Nito in that very entertaining fight. So I feel like, Nito, we got to saw basically amazing action from both these teams, and it was just so much fun to watch. At the end, it's gonna be NM facing Bread here in winners finals. The next set is gonna be queuing up here soon. I think waiting to hear some words before we say anything else coming up next. What I will say, at least for confirmed words, is !donate if you want to donate for the bigger cause. I think there's still some stuff being ironed out here. We're gonna keep yapping away until we get word from the production crew and the other crew for us. But Nito, this has been a very fun set of rounds that we got to see.
Keon, it has been a fun set of rounds that we've gotten to see, and this is the cool part about a charity tournament, that no matter what, you're going to see the best out of all of these teams. And honestly, I want to point out the teams that we have because of the roster that we already saw. We saw Obito, Snipes, Jasmine, and Medi come out for it, and Bread is coming up next, no matter who swaps out or whatever the news is from the side. From the production side, Bread has got Soldier Phoenix, Kit Kat, Anton Yosho, another set of names you've definitely heard in the upper echelon of competitive Splatoon. So I think you're going to see a lot of cool action coming out for him, and all of this going towards a wonderful cause and something we've already talked about a lot, which, by the way, just so you know, we are at 470, so $30 away from that goal. If you want to go ahead and pitch in for the fund, you are more than welcome to. We are still doubling all of the donations that we get, so why not give us just a bit more money?
Yeah,
give not us, but the cause.
You know, it's not us that needs the money. It's the cause. Gamers Outreach will appreciate all the donations. $30 away, folks. From hitting the goal. Once again, the match still in effect here. Squidetto will match the next 160 again. If I can do some quick mental math, for this. Now, the word in the production side, because we need to get things out of the way, is if we're still on for Winners Finals, and we will still be here for Winners Finals. Neo and I will bring you the action. The second news is we want to welcome the people watching from the Dapple production side of the fence. Hello, this is Kyon and Nito here on the mic. Winners Finals will be coming up shortly for those tuning in from Dapple Productions. I hope you guys had a great set of matches from the Unforgiving. By the way, shout out to both IPL and Dapples for this collab event here, raising money for an amazing cause. So round of applause for the TOs behind the scenes, and of course all of you viewers donating. But we are still not done, because there's still more of this tournament that needs to be played. Nito, I think we've been yapping a lot here. We gotta keep the train going. Winners Finals is Bread versus NM, and both teams are gonna be looking, well, I guess as sharp as they can be.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, NM has already probably got to scare their lives playing against Ascension, and knowing that their last match against Ascension ended with a 2-point difference between both teams. I think NM has, now that they have Bread right in front of them, the number 1 seeded team in this tournament, they are looking at this being a very important matchup for them, not just because it's Winners Finals, but because they have something more to prove, that they are still one of the teams to beat. And if anything, we're going to have all of this starting on Splat Zones on Mega Mart. We are still doing counter picks, Winners Finals.
Yeah, we are still very much in counter picks land here for this, and very notable members, by the way, from Bread, in case people are tuning in and trying to figure out this roster. It's Soldier from PXG's fame. Phoenix is also out here as well. You got to see Kit Kat and Ant as well from various other teams here, Futella especially, and from the UCMB for Phoenix. So very talented players on the board, and it's also dished out here. I think another member that is available if they want is Yosho. If they are officially on Bread, I could be very well mistaken, but this is a very talented group here from Bread, and I know both teams keeping the names lowercase here in Winners Finals. I guess that's the only thing I've noticed out of the board. I want to see how both teams play. Winners Finals should be a lot of fun for the crew to watch.
Right, and with how Bread is played throughout the rest of this match, it should be worth mentioning their last 3 results were 2-0, 3-1, 3-0. Now we're looking at Winners Finals. This is probably going to be their best matchup to date, just because of what they have working for them in the NM side. But NM, like I said, has had a scare of their own. They've played, their last 2 matches have been 2-0, 3-2, and 3-1. So NM looking more like the underdog, but they can still bring lots of difficulty to Bread.
And if it's anything that we've known from both these teams, other than the fact that both teams have very, 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 very talented folks, gotta put that out there. I want to see this go a long way. Obviously, for the spectators' cost, I always mention it. I've met from the players' perspective, they just want to get the clean 3-0, move on here. I know we don't want the 3-0 because we still got to keep the donation going here, because again, this is still a Splatoon tournament with a cause attached to it. Again, donating for Gamers Outreach, for those wondering. Again, donation match still in effect. I don't think we cannot stress that enough here. Exclamation mark donate coming up here. And Nito, a little funny thing happened behind the scenes, maybe some lobby shenanigans to say the least here. So we got some time left to burn, and Nito, while we have some time to burn and giving you some time to recover here real quick, I do want to talk about Gamers Outreach once again. For those wondering what this cause is, especially for those coming in from Dapple's side of the fence, Gamers Outreach, a non-profit organization restoring a sense of joy and normalcy in the lives of hospital kids, providing games to the kids who are hospitalized. Basically, the idea, again, each year millions of children and their families receive medical cares inside hospitals. For many, the process can be scary and isolating. So during hospitalization, kids lose access to friends, school, and moments that typically define childhood. Gamers Outreach believe the world is better when kids can play, and gamers have the power to help. That is what you're raising money for. Exclamation mark donate is good to donate money to it. Nito, game's on the line. What do you see so far?
Splatoon. And also a Forge Pro, a Blaster. So you don't see the Forge Pro coming out too often, but you do see the Blaster come out just as often, if not more, because of how excellent it has been the last few months, or the last few weeks, due to all the buffs they've gotten. However, with Bread, with NM rather, it's more of the same, especially from what you've seen in the previous few matches.
Yeah, and I want to see how this alters. By the way, I love the Forge Pro has been making a renaissance basically in recent times. I want to see how Bread can take advantage of this one. Yahoo has gone down there because it's the treasure that got the pick. Now they have been pushed to the other side there. NM is gonna go 2 down. 2 down so far. Has been picked up, so there's extremely quick respawns so far. A couple members drop bubbles available on both teams, actually, as both blasters having bubbles that are ready to go whenever they want to use it. The Bread has a lot of points to shoot through. 40 points remaining. The first bubble being used for Bread from an offensive standpoint. Here's a defensive bubble under bubble action, if you will. Okay. And 2 members have gone down. 3 has gone down to the lane. Weapon secured. NM gets the zone back.
I mean, who else to close that other than Numiha on the side of NM? But that has to be pointed out for NM. That's how quickly they can change every game. We saw it against Ascension. We're going to see it now against Bread. They can turn any of these games over on a dime. So watch as this 52 gal currently sneaks by and gets nothing out of it, because Bread knows better than to let that 52 gal through. They might be able to capture the zone very quickly here.
So something that you're gonna realize here, Nito, is trip strikes and wave bombs gonna allow for instant zone cap. So NM's gonna have to try to mitigate some of the members by either just getting them off the board, such as what we saw from the Forge Pro going down there. But we gotta see if NM has some of those responses available. They are able to eliminate a couple more, so this should be a zone from the other direction. That corner's gone, and so is the wipeout, the second wipeout of the game, effectively for NM. Now they can look to push even further, but Jasmine's gonna get caught out. The Blaster versus Blaster action ends with Yahoo getting the pick. And so far, NM is still keeping the momentum going. Bread is just stuck back in their own base. Nito, it's gonna be NM out of the penalty box.
And we gotta make a case for Jasmine as well, as how well they've been doing with that Blaster. How much of a force they've been. They've almost started out Jaimiho, who was the story of last set, but they do go down just as soon as I bring them up. Bread now recapping the zone. Bread has still been able to recap the zone no matter what they have, no matter what NM has been able to bring to him. So they at least have the retakes going for him. But NM has the element of surprise here. They have the element of just getting these picks out of nowhere. They can still turn this match around at any point.
Watch Soldier, by the way, trying to see if they can move forward to hit the head. Everybody else, they're going to have to retreat and realize that there is no opening left. Everybody has to escape right now. Blaster's going to go down. Jasmine has been dropped so far, and that is basically members of NM. They're actually staggering right now. Bread should be able to get all these penalty points, and Jasmine is able to stay alive because the bubble was there to protect Jasmine, and they get a pick onto Yoshell. Yoshell has dropped, and Yahoo is still lurking through, but NM is losing members. Now the Booyah Bomb thrown onto the right stack, but with that right stack toss in, it is going to allow NM to force penalty points back on the Bread's favor. The zone is stuck in neutral. The core being used. The trip strikes being tossed into the forefront. Both teams train zone for zone right now. Nito is only favoring Bread with each trade. 1:15 left, and so far both teams still trying to fight for any advantages.
And a fight, what a fight it has been from either side. We're starting to see the Forge Pro making moves of their own. This is something you're going to see from Forge Pro mains. Remember, that weapon is still very much a Slayer-capable weapon. And we saw some of it there, but with Bread, they're still losing numbers. Remember that NM has been picking them off one by one, almost keeping them in this staggered position, but you don't really see it. You don't notice it as well as you may notice it with any other team that gets staggered. And Bread has been able to compose themselves fairly well here until this blaster comes out once more. 2 players going down, a crucial 2 picks. Translating into a triple and now a wipe. My goodness, Keon, what are we looking at?
We are looking at a wipeout that NM just got, the 3rd wipeout of the game, but now can they piece it all together? No specials online for either team, so now it's just going to come down to fights across the board. This is the best opportunity that NM's going to have until the triple ink strikes, and the Buemon's going to force zone flip the other direction. All of them comboed together. Bread's just going to force more penalty points on the board. Now, if NM can get the zones back, it is at least going to force OT, but they lose a couple members. They lose 2 more, and this is likely going to be a done deal for this map unless NM is able to get the zones back, which they will. Maybe I spoke too soon here, Nito, because 3 members have gone down. Just the Sauce are the only ones alive. They've been displaced. They have nowhere to go. They have to make the jump onto the right-hand side of the map. Now they got to go through these penalty points. NM still has no specials, nor does Bread. NM is down to 27 points to main. They're out of the penalty points here. Any pick is going to help. They've eliminated Yoshel. They've eliminated 2 off the board. They could very much get the first game on the board, but there's a fight over on the zone. 3 members have gone down. Yaho's going to get dropped, and the lead does change hands. NM basically wrestles that when all hope seemed lost in regulation, and NM takes home game 1.
This may have been one of the few times I saw a Zones game drag on into overtime for as long as it did, because my goodness, NM, for as well as Bread had been able to retake throughout the rest of that matchup, and it would be, to me, it became a matter of when, not if, NM or Bread is able to retake the zone. NM all of a sudden creates this lockout situation because of how well Jasmine's been playing, how well Jasmine's been able to move around, how well Miha's been able to support with these picks. Bread doesn't have the numbers to come back in. And as soon as they don't have the numbers to come back in, this team that looks so composed in all of their retakes, all of a sudden panicking to try to take something back. You see the blaster going off to the side, trying to attempt something there. And ultimately, there's 3 people around him, not going to amount to much. So, a crazy flip of the script at the end of the match there.
I'm still trying to catch my breath. There was that with just how all that materialized. NM was about 2 seconds away from basically losing game 1, and they were able to just rush that one back. I don't think there's any more words to say here. A counterpick's about to come in right in. Umami ruins zones, so they're going to stick with zones here from Brett. This is Brett's counterpick for those wondering. This is Brett picking Umami ruins zones here. Now, I can only imagine that, okay, they had confirmed control. They just could not clean out everybody else in this game. I also wouldn't be shocked, Nito, if they want to dish back that Slosher and the Forge Pro, go for the massive combo into the zone entirely, basically forcing the zones up whenever they can. So, still plenty of opportunities for Bread. I know that one may have slipped away, but there's still plenty of game left here in winners finals.
And this is another Splat Zones map, or another Splat Zones game. So remember that Bread did very well with retakes. It became a matter of when, not if, they were going to retake the zone. So I still think that Bread has an edge here, and they're going to be bringing out the custom blaster to boot. So that's a splashdown. So maybe add a little bit more to what Bread's able to do with these retakes, and add some more reassurance to whenever they go for a riskier play.
Well,
okay, wow.
Well, Brett's just instantly answering to this cause here. By the way, that's a double. So that double is going to kickstart for Brett. So nice little showing there overall. Blaster's just going to eliminate them finally. Jasmine gets the pick, and that will be a couple members down for Brett. So this push didn't really go as far as it could have. They're opting to play this one very safely here, as Many and Mesmerizer basically all over this one. 2 members gone down on the left-hand side of the map, and now they're being pushed back. Yoshel has to retreat, and this will be NM. They are able to strike through. Delayed 3, and this is not just a lead change. This could be a much bigger push coming up here, Nito.
Remember, it is still Bread who has been able to slip right by and come in with almost no impunity. Just comes in unpunished, but NM, like you said, looks stronger in this retake than he have in the previous game. So NM looking much stronger here. But as I say, that one player goes down. It might be another one going down. Soldier and this Forge have this one player cornered. And as soon as that push looked very strong for NM, Bread able to come back and take this zone right back in control. Remember, it is still a question of when, not if, this team will retake.
You know what's very funny, Nito, by the end, is that in a previous set, I think I may have said that both teams are dishing haymakers. This feels even more or less one of them already. Both teams have basically just been fighting tick for tack. They're looking for all the advantages that they can. It's just the power of just really experienced players out in the field here. Umami Ruin Zone is just bringing the best out of everybody right now. Triple splashdown being used. That's going to eliminate 2. This is going to be the lead change here. Brett has enough control to force the lead change with 2 members having to go out of respawns. So the question is, can we get the KO? The Sprinkler is going to help provide some paint on one of the zones. Now we got to see if there is a response from NM, but there is a Sharking member waiting for the time to strike. The Sharking Blaster pops through. Looking to see if they can find the pick, but they're getting completely blown off. Many runs the dance, but is going to go down. All the distractions there is no contest of the zone whatsoever from the NM, and NM won't have any left in the tank because everybody has gone down on the delayed wipeout. And Nito, Red has knotted up the set 1-1. Winners finals has been delivering so far.
Oh, no joke. I mean, my goodness. This has become a story of blasters from both sides. At first, we were talking about Jasmine with the blast. Now it's Yahoo with the custom blaster. That was an excellent sequence for Yahoo at the end because of how many picks they were able to get out and how quickly they switched priorities to continue to keep getting these picks, continue to find those fights where their teammates were already in and supply some more support for those fights. So excellent showing there from Bread. NM's counter pick once more. They can't pick Splat zones because they've already won on it. So it's interesting what we're going to have to see now. Now we have to go to a completely different mode. And, well, map was never the issue, but different mode of what we've been playing the last 2 games. This game we've been used to, going to have to get a completely different mode makeover.
Yeah, so, Nito, both teams basically can't pick zones, by the way, too, if, respective teams basically want their respective maps. So, something to keep an eye on for games 3, 4, or 5. One of those 3 will be correct. Now, of course, we are getting ourselves amped up for winners finals. You guys should also be amped up for the fact that we're still close to the goal here. $500 is the goal here in this Gamers for Giving charity tournament here. So again, donations still can be matched. Next 160 will be matched by Squidaddle. Squidaddle has already matched $90, by the way. So keep that in mind if you get exclamation mark donate or the pinned message in chat, by the way, if you want to donate for this cause. As hey, you're donating for charity. That's always a fun thing too. So that's something to keep in mind for those tuning in. And Nito, I don't think we have. I think we cannot stress that part out. We have saw high level Splatoon play. We also know that but that's just almost the background to the main feature, which is of course the charity itself.
Lots of stuff you can expect to find when you donate to Gamers Outreach. Once again, they have been helping out hospitals across the United States, but also hospitals in Canada and in Mexico. So already your money is going to be going a long way. They also have helped hospitals in Europe and United Kingdom as well. So remember, how far your money is going to be going towards helping out children in need. And as we say more about the charity, the next match has been lined up for you. Where else are we going, Keon? It couldn't have been anywhere else. It's Tower Control Inkblot.
Again, somebody's going to be out there just screaming about the 3 laws in Splatoon. You will always pick Inkblot TC as one of them, and I forgot to put the other 2. There are 3 certainties in Splatoon life. Running into a splash, running into a pencil, and then counter-picking Inkblot TC. I think I figured out the rules at the end of that one. Both teams, by the way, I think this is almost effectively the same lineup of weapons. Well, there's a custom blaster for Brett, so I guess that's the main change so far. So something to keep in mind here for really just the weapon compositions here and keep in mind. About 30 seconds into the game, nobody has scored quite yet. Jasmine gets picked via the blaster. Now they're just hopping into this tower right now. Bottle bombs being thrown up in front, and NM basically getting some minimal points here. Nito, don't really speak up right now.
Nothing so far. I like that Jasmine's using these auto bombs to get more information on where the team is. You can only be as useful as the information you have, and if you want to get this pick, you certainly need to know where your players are in front of you. As we get one pick coming out from Jasmine, Jirachi going down, and now a few more players going down from NM. NM now has a Miha, their ringer, going straight into enemy territory. 3 players down for Bread. The Forge Pro is nowhere to be seen just yet, but we have this first checkpoint being covered by NM. This was a map they were especially strong and are especially wary against Ascension in their previous set. So with a much stronger opponent in front of them, we're going to see how this plays out, but they've been able to clear out this first checkpoint.
First checkpoint's still clear, but of course, in Inkling TC, anything is still very much possible. The second checkpoint always the toughest one to get to, especially in most TC maps, with this one especially. About a chance here for Yoshel and Bread to basically see if they can push for more points on the board. They should be able to here soon. Chump being dished out. They did lose the Slosher, but all that being said and done, that's going to be the lead change. Now, how does this push Habitualize for the second checkpoint? The answer is not as much as you would think here, Nito, because that is a couple members that have dropped. Zap has gone down. Medi has dropped, by the way, for that. So it is just 61 to 69 points remaining being the score. The tower only basically holding on by a bit here from Bread, but not by much. Yoshi's going to be the one riding this tower. There's actually a couple members that have dropped. Bread does have the squid advantage here, but they're also, NM is able to snuff out some of the members up front. Customizer managed to find its way to plat. This actually might be the move to get Bread through the second checkpoint, and it certainly did.
It certainly does, and the NMs, with all the might they were able to bring to these counter pushes, Bread has been able to snuff them out at almost every direction. Now that they've headed up to the second checkpoint, they're not able to actually have been able to cover it, but Bread is still under heavy fire here. Remember that NM was at least able to stop Ascension before getting the push that would have turned the game around and sent Ascension here instead, but NM has been great on the defense so far. They were great on the defense then. Maybe expect to see more of it as we head into the final 2 minutes.
Look to see if NM could make something materialize here with the special they have. They basically have a lot of displacement specials. They have a bubble to protect themselves. Chumps for misdirection, throwing them off guard, but of course the thing is going to be the cooler. Medi going down isn't going to help. But the thing that NM has to deal with is how do you deal with everybody else, not just this cooler coordination. That's not gonna help either because they've lost 3.
Goodness.
So you got to be able to figure this out sooner rather than later because the second checkpoint has gone down. The delayed wipe has been sealed. Now Red is in prime position to look for possibly the KO, possibly a big push into the third checkpoint. If anything, here they just dish up the cooler. The cooler is now available. Yoso just drops off for a little bit to switch control of this tower. Now 3 members have gone down. That was Umeha that has dropped, and this will be the third checkpoint being cleared. Chumps are being dished out here from NM. The chumps are being ignored. Big time Jirachi just swims up the other side with a suction bomb. 2 members have gone down. NM's defense holds, but that costed them the third checkpoint, and there's not much time left. They gotta make something big happen. The ever classic super jump splashdown does not land. Nito, 40 seconds left to go, and NM again has their work cut out.
It's really funny because NM was in the exact opposite situation. They had to wait for Ascension to make a gigantic comeback, and now NM's going to be tasked to do the same. Bread still looking very comfortable as we head into the final 25 seconds of this match.
Back to the last 25 seconds, but that is a direct that lands, and it takes out Jasmine. Will they find the second? The answer is not, but that also completely slows down the advantages that NM was looking for. The super jump back and then back in, and now this is the only chance for them to strike. Delayed 2, this is still they are still in fine position, but can they very get through to the second check? But that's the big question. Yoshio has other things to say to Medi there. They get the pick, the 3 members have gone down, the GG Booyah is going to be used, the wipeout's pretty much going to secure it at the end of the day. Nito, it is a 2-1 lead for Bread, and Bread was able to take home the Inkling TC counterback.
That looked, for Bread at least, that looked more secure for Bread, and that's something you definitely want to see. Bread looked much better in that third matchup, and if I'm looking at this fourth match because it is still going to be NM's counter pick. I'm looking at that and going, all right, well, this still looks like it's heavily in our favor. Remember that NM was, again, they were in the opposite spot in that previous match against Ascension, and they were just barely able to hold Ascension back, so they still had that defense on their side. But even with that, Bread was able to come in and wreak havoc all the way up to that third checkpoint, which you don't see a lot of in competitive Splatoon unless there ends up in a KO. So great spot there for Bread to be in heading into this fourth match.
Now, heading into the fourth matchup, it is going to be NM's counterpick. This is basically NM's last opportunity to counterpick anyway, so if you're going to try to tie up the set and force a Game 5 in Winners Finals, this counterpick has to land for NM. And we got to see the variety of different weapons NM is dishing out. The Inkling Tri-Stringer to speak of, the ends up in the hands of Medi. You also have the blaster, of course, the flexible blaster, if you will. And hey, those three weapons, and then the other one I'm just slowly blinking on is going to be the big thing. So you have to keep an eye on the 52, excuse me, is what it was. Duh. So there's a lot of opportunities for NM to strike back if this counterpick lands. Once again, they cannot pick Umami Ruined Zones, by the way, is what it was. They can't pick either of those two. Well, not that map mode, just they can't pick Umami, they can't pick zones. So they go to Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker, I guess. Is the choice here for NM. And Nito, that's, I think, the first sighting, on stream that we're going to have for Humpback.
Right, it absolutely is. And it's an interesting counterpick because with NM, what they've been able to do is come in and make big pushes against Ascension. So what they're probably looking for is an ability to go out for a big break at the start and hold on to it because they know that Bread is going to take that Rainmaker back to opposing territory. Remember, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So what maybe NM is looking for is a big break at the beginning of the match against Rainmaker. Now, at least that's what I would want to look for if I'm NM. Bread just needs to sit there because, again, they know they're going to be able to take this Rainmaker back to past that opposing pedestal. So it's going to be exciting this next game 4. Both of them are going to be playing like it's game 5. And for one of them, Bread, it is going to be that match point.
Yeah, it is going to be match point and grand finals for Gamers for Giving, the charity event that, again, raising money for Gamers Outreach, !donate if you want to donate for that cause. So for Bread, they're looking to see if they can make it to grand finals. They'll be weighing their opponent out of the loser side of the bracket. Now for NM, if they win this counter pick right here, they're gonna force game 5, which is good for every one of us. But I'm sure for both these teams, they don't want to deal with any more shenanigans. So Bread wants to just take this home and hey, get the grand finals called a day. But I'm sure for NM, they want to be ready to force the game 5. Umiha is going to go to the Vanilla 96. That is also going to be Medi on the Tri-Slash Nouveau and Mesmerizer on the wall strings. Massive changes across the board for NM. More importantly, the 8 backstrats are back to rank.
Not only that, I'm expecting a support Tri-Nouveau from Medi because they've been the cooler provider of choice for NM. So I want to see how this Tri-Slosher plays out. Usually you see it more on the front lines because of how close range it can be and how quick it is to get those picks. So I want to see what NM comes up with here, but 2 players going down on the other side. Bread still coming in all guns blazing. NM hasn't had that big push they may have wanted to look for at the beginning, but no matter, it is still more than 4 minutes left on the clock, but Bread is going to be taking his first pedestal.
That is the checkpoint being cleared here for Bread. So that does open up for things later to come here, as they could opt to use the Booyah Bomb to provide cover for the Rainmaker if they can do so. As that shot from the ink bag may have distracted Bread. They go 3 down, and this will be the Rainmaker being picked up. Now, to be picked up from checkpoint to the other checkpoint now, so they got to keep this pressure up for as long as they can. Trying to see if they can cut off any flanks. Ultra Sand's being tossed in. They got a Sliders on home soon. They break through just in the nick of time. I was wondering if the Slosher was going to be able to get the pick, but that doesn't look like that'll be the case. The late wipeout is going to be there, but the response will be back just in time for defense, hopefully for NM. And for Bread, it's going to be them looking to see if they can get more points than just
16 is the mark to beat, but with Bread, we know that it's only a matter of time as to when they break through. They did break through, but with Bread, there's still a long time to go. Oh, and that's a crucial miss for that ink back. You definitely wanted that pointed towards the Rainmaker and not just towards the ground. 7-2 remaining. Go, Keon. This is going to be close, and they don't quite get it. It is going to be
very close until the Rainmaker gets very much picked up on the other direction. I was thinking the same way. That was a bit of a misfire there for the ink back shot. I think you and I both saw the vision. It was just trying to fire his break with the Rainmaker, but then he just fell off. Probably about a second average they would have loved to hold on to this one. But at the end, there's still that is Red with a lot of points, but this is Comeback Rainmaker, Nito. This is still a very volatile map. It's so condensed. So Umiha's moving forward here with this Inkback, and they aren't able to protect the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker was just a step behind the Inkback entirely. So this Rainmaker is going to get dropped. Mesmerizer just trades with the Owl. That's the trade, all things considered. The Rainmaker is down to solid ground. Nito, you would think 17-1 main is a safe score, but it's Humpback Pump Track. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen in competitive Splatoon, and it usually does. NM had an excellent setup at the beginning, or at that push. Unfortunately, they lost it to 2 picks, and they weren't able to follow up on it either, which is even more dangerous considering the fact that NM strives on any team at this level. We're going to have to strive on these follow-ups. Bread, though, able to wreak havoc wherever they go, and they're able to go anywhere without any sort of consequence, and that's what's been dangerous for NM. A minute and 55 to go. It almost feels like it hasn't been 2 minutes, but things have gone by in a flash.
They got 3 specials to work with. Make that 4 specials. The cooler just got used. They got triple splashdown. They got the Booyah Bomb available for use. They're going to hold on to this one. NM counters with an Ultra Stand. They counter with an Inkbat. They have a bubble that they can use. One special being used. The other special being used. Triple Splashdown got used. Ultra Stand also got used earlier. And it leads to the brawl up. NM losing 2 and Red only losing 1 member. This is still advantage for Red, at least for a couple of seconds. The Booyah Bomb I don't think even got used at all. The Trip Strikes is still available. But there's an Inkbat that's in prime position. The Blaster's just there for a bit of misdirection. So if they line this up perfectly, they could look for a big play. A home run push, if you will, here. They just have to find the fastball into this one. The Inkback being used on the other side. Medi's just trying to run right in, but they have to swerve through everybody that was being tossed in from Bread. They don't quite get it, but 3 members have gone down. It's a wipeout for sure. Mesmerizer swipes the lead, and they will not get the goal. But that's what I meant before. It's Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker. Nito, anything can happen. It's 45 seconds left, and NM in the nick of time gets the lead.
Remember what I said when NM played against Ascension? They could turn any game on a dime. We've been missing that capability from NM for a while, but now it came back exactly when NM needed it. Just as soon as Bread was about to confirm a spot in the grand final set with a few seconds to go, NM comes back and this time gets the push exactly how they wanted it to go. 20 seconds to go, and now Bread is going to have to be playing in desperation mode. We're going to see how that plays out. It's going to be a crucial 15 seconds for him.
Here's the problem that Bread has to deal with. They got to deal with an Inkback, and Inkback there to help defend this push, but Medi has other ideas with the Tri-Slosher, and this bubble is there. Everybody's just defending this Rainmaker with all their might. The Yahoo Flat is going to help their cause. Nito, it is a 2-2 tie. Game 5 is officially imminent in Gamers Forgiving. The charity tournament will definitely continue, and one of these teams will make it the grand finals. The other one will have to pick the losers bracket run. This has been an incredible set so far.
The charity tournament that keeps on giving, and not just to the tournament, not just to the cause, but to the viewers themselves. I mean, we're going on to the Game 5 that I, granted, a few minutes ago would not have expected to go to a Game 5, but remember, NM turns any game on a dime. They've proven it just now. They proved it in the last few times we've seen them, so not surprised that we were ending up here. But remember that Bread did get into that desperation mode and that in the latter stages of the game, especially near the end. Throughout the rest of that matchup, it did look like Bread's game to lose. It's just that NM, everything aligned for him. The stars aligned. That push went very well. The Inkback coming in exactly when they needed it, and what more could you ask for? The wipeout was just the icing on the cake.
That wipeout was actually even sorely needed there too. That looked like that was going to be a completely destroyed run, but NM getting the wipeout after setting themselves up for an Inkback push for the goal. They pretty much nailed what they needed to at the end, and that's a big thing for NM to force Game 5, but unfortunately for them, they will not be able to have any more counter picks. It's going to be Bread's counter pick for Game 5 coming up here. What did they win earlier? It was Inkblot TC, so they cannot pick Inkblot. They cannot pick Tower Control. They cannot pick either of those anyway, so look for Bread to make a counter pick choice that helps benefit their cause. Speaking of benefits, Nito, we're still holding at $470. Again, $30 more to hit the $500 goal. Exclamation mark donate if you want to donate to a cause and Gamers Outreach. With time only slowly right now, the more the tournament progresses. So you guys, there's still plenty of time for you guys to break through.
I even did it for you. Exclamation mark donate. There's this shiny little link if you want to give us just a bit more, give us some more hands. We already have 470, so we are this close to reaching a goal. And remember, your donation is still going to be doubled by Squadaddle if you hit that donation button at any point within the next few minutes. So remember, all of this is still going to be going towards a great cause. Just so you know, Gamers Outreach, the farthest they've gone is a hospital in Taiwan. So know that your money is going to be going a great distance. It's already gone to Europe. It's already gone to most of North America, Canada, United States, and Mexico. So remember, where your money is going, it's going to be going a long way. And this match is going to be going towards Splat Zones. Robo Ramen, we are back at Splat Zones.
You know, it's always an inevitability. Everybody loves playing Splat Zones, especially the more you move up. And I'm sure both teams are going to be warmed up and ready to go for Ramen Zones. And I have to remember, yes, this is Bread's counter pick coming up here. So this is going to be the one that matters the most for Bread. So I want to see if this is just a map that they're just really well versed at. But you saw from NM, they are able to switch to weapons that will better suit the map's needs. So that's something to keep in mind for the viewers tuning in here. What NM wants to do with this. Again, the roster featuring Obito, Snipes, Jasmine, and Medi as well. Medi being their primary cooler user so far in this tournament. And of course, you know Obito, the legend themselves with the arsenal of a 52, a 96, and Forge, and many other weapons. So there's a lot of ways that NM can approach this. I'm sure Nito Game 5 could provide a lot of fireworks, all things considered, for Winners Finals. I think we're excited for that.
We're in a excellent spot indeed. NM is looking at this Zones Ramen match and thinking, all right, well, we still have Inkvac. It is our closest equivalent to Reef Slider, and I like that for him. You know, Inkvac has been a strat that has worked out for him so well in these last few matchups that I expect him to come out with it once more. There actually not is. So, okay, no, that is the other team. Nope. NM still got it. Bread's going to come out with more of the same that they've been running.
Something to keep in mind for NM. Inkvacs on the hands. I believe that was Umita equals Obito for this. So something to keep in mind for as this all plays out. The sprinkler being used immediately. They knew the assignment, by the way, in Ramen Zone. Throw the sprinkler up into the roof. That's a lot of supporting paint here from NM. And look to see how this start plays out right now. Already both teams going one down. They add a second member down here. So this is advantage Bread as Rachi throws the Booyah Bomb goes to NM's side. NM is forced backwards. And this will be the lead change, well, an early lead change if anything, but this is still a lot of setup left to go on the clock, and both teams are just fighting for the zone with all of their might. Nito, this is turning into a brawl.
And what better thing to do in Game 5 than to go back to that script we were used to a while ago. Everything has to be a brawl, and it's a great spot to be in if you're a viewer and a commentator, so we'll go ahead and take it. But with that being said, NM has held on to great control to the zone so far, absolutely bombarding this only opening that they have in front of them. Brett, they do have the ability to go towards this left side if they wish to do so, but they aren't going to be able to do that with numbers going down left and right. And Brennan has the same story there. They've got numbers going down left and right as well. Brett is going to be taking back the zone.
That is indeed going to be able to take back the zone, but that was a very strong push from NM to start, but they got thrown in some major penalty points on the board, so Red has to get their work cut out for them. Something I just realized, by the way, Nito, is it is the combo of the trip strikes and the Booyah Bomb that basically can force immediate zone flip when they need it, so they just got to be able to combo that at just the right time. Bizarrely enough, this is stuck in a neutral state. I think the trip strike and Booyah, all it did was force neutral. Both teams are just throwing sprinklers up near the top of the zone. And so far, both teams very equal out here. Close to 3 minutes left. Trades again happening across the board. Both teams not really an edge to sort of speak of until NM might be breaking through. I take that back. It's still both teams' ball.
Yep, it's been the story so far for both of these sides, and I'm not surprised that this has been no change for either side because NM and Bread have been known to get in this brawly state. We saw it from NM earlier. We may have been able to see it from Bread, but I mean, I'm not surprised that we're going here for Game 5. It's going to be a battle to the finish, at least from what things look like right now. I mean, even now, Bread still hasn't had full control of the zone, and they have full numbers.
They got full numbers right now. Both teams are just fighting for exactly what you described earlier. This is an ultimate Game 5 situation right now for both teams, and Bread is feeling like they need to be the one that comes out on top. Soldier, by the way, the one who's been dishing a lot of damage with the slot has dropped. Now, Apex being used. This is patience right now from Yahoo, but Yahoo is just a bit too late to strike, as that is a zone split the other direction. And Nito, if you look at the score line right now, it can't be any more close.
The 3 points separates these teams. NM has been in this spot before against Ascension. That last match they played against them, they send them into winners finals. This is a similar spot. That Autobomb pick can be a little bit crucial for Jasmine here, who's been excellent with this blast, and now seeing it with the bomb pressure being able to apply. There is one pick. There might be another. This is the Jasmine we've been wanting to see from NM.
This is that was Jasmine's show, but Jasmine's show has been stopped at 2 picks. That is going to give NM a lot of clearance past the zone here to extend the lead. They have an Inkbat. They got a bubble that is readily available. Both immediately popped. So this is going to be a very heavy defensive maneuver here. They aren't able to break it through quite yet. This is going to be a zones neutral for about 2 seconds. As Soldier is dropped on the right-hand side of the map. NM is still holding on to the zone. They have to throw the Booyah Bomb. Trip Strikes, I think, are not available, so they have to combo this Booyah Bomb with more paint on their side. With the coolers available, the chumps are being tossed into the mix. Yahoo uses the triple splashdown just a bit late. It is so staggered right now. The Trip Strikes have to be used just on time, and they barely do. And Nito, they barely hang on. NM was about 3 ticks away from a KO, but it's going to cost them everything as Brett has been delayed wiped.
Keon, I have to say, I'm genuinely surprised that didn't end in the KO. That looked as good as it could look for NM. It was a Hail Mary shot almost from these strikes that took Brett, at least give him some breathing room, but it's quickly getting run out. NM is already back to where they were earlier. In fact, if anything, they might be in a better position now with this cooler coming out. 22 seconds to go, Keon. My goodness.
10, and now they've eliminated 2. It is 5 points past the penalty box, and there's not going to be enough reinforcements left from Bread. And NM, in what has been a very classic Gamers for Giving set, has won in 5 games. NM goes on to Grands. Bread will have to make the run out of losers side, but I gotta say, Nito, winners finals has absolutely delivered in terms of just pure entertainment, how close these 2 teams actually were.
I mean, wow, the NM had so many chances in this matchup where they almost got the KO. Again, I'm surprised that they didn't get it earlier. It looked so good for them coming into these last few moments of the game, but NM ultimately able to bring out the best. They brought out the best from their opposing team, and I think from Bread, sorry, and they surprisingly, or not surprisingly rather, it ends in a game 5 that goes the distance. What more could you ask for a winners finals matchup? And with grand finals looming ever closer, this is a great spot to be in for this tournament. We have lots to look forward to. We still have the entire losers bracket to address. As we get to see a little bit of a preview for what the losers bracket will eventually materialize. Actually needs to be updated there because more of the tournament has been played. Not sure what exactly happened there for sure. So there it is. We kickstarted the bracket side of the events. A couple 2-0s in the mix. Losers semifinals is going to be waiting for us. It's going to be BlankZ and Ascension coming up here. Nito, this has been a fun Gamers for Giving tournament. We tried to do our best to donate to promote the charity because this is, of course, a charity tournament first and foremost. But more so, again, exclamation mark, donate for one. You're going to hear one last time for us because, Nito, we got to get the heck out of here. Two commentators, Pat, J, and Skep. We'll take you home the rest of the way. Nito, real quickly, where can people find you? NitoUnused.bluesky.social, bsky.social, Nito Unused on Twitch, and a rare occasion that you want to find me elsewhere. And if you want to find me anywhere other than those 2 spots, I've still got a little sinus infection to take care of, so you can at least find me there, or at least doing the CCA matchup because I have a CCA a playoff match to get to later on. But Keon, where can we find you?
You can find me celebrating Easter here in about 20 plus minutes as I gotta drive out here. By the way, happy Easter Sunday to those who celebrate it. By the way, Kiln2570, Blue Sky, and on Twitch. That's where you guys can find me. Shout out to our producer Naga on the IPL side, providing us some good, providing us all the views and all the production. Naga, you're gonna have to stick this out a little bit longer, boss, because hey, there's still more of the tournament to be played. Once again, last time, exclamation mark, donate for a bigger cause. $160 left to left that Squidado can match. But for now, we're going to go to break. When we come back, Pat, Jay, and Sked will take you guys from Losers Bracket to the very end of this tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Gamers for Giving, a collab event between IPL and Dapples. We'll see you guys after the break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Gamers for Giving stream. We are in losers semifinals with Ascension versus BlankZ, starting off on Splatzone's Robo Ramen. My name is Scap, and I'm here with my lovely co-commentator Pat. Are you ready, Pat?
Hi. I am so ready to watch this wonderful tournament go on, Scap. There has been so many different great teams fighting for the top spot right there, with NM getting the upset to qualify for grand finals. But now we are in lower bracket, and to fight bread, we only have 2 teams left standing to decide who will be fighting in the other finals. It's going to be between BlankZ and Ascension. Skepa, I guess we are both experts on each teams, because Ascension's from NA, BlankZ is from EU.
Yeah, Ascension did fight. I know we're trying to see like who is going to go up against NM over in grand finals. I will point out that Ascension did go down to them in winners bracket semis, so looking for a rematch while they're growing cold over there on the other side of bracket. And then BlankZ has yet to fight them.
Yeah. But before we talk about the games, Cap, there's 2 things we need to talk about. Made that free, actually. We got a $10 donation from Anonymous, saying I owe it to a Hermitcraft for introducing me to Gamers Outreach and all the wonderful work we do. Also, I love to see Stringers winning. Yippee! Thank you, Anonymous. And also, Revit coming back again with another donation of $15. Please, Ascension, if you win, I will donate another $25. Here you go, there's some pressure right here. And Skep, we have gone through the $500 thanks to that last donation from Revik and the matching from Squidadle.
Wow, I just got here, so to know that we're already over $500 before we even get to grands is really impressive, and gotta love our community for always showing up for wonderful causes when it counts.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Splatoon community for you, always loving, always ready to give. We love you so much. It's a privilege to be able to cast these tournaments for you and be part of this. Thank you so much. Okay, so our streamer is Naga is trying to join the room right now, but here you can see the 2 teams, BlankZ and Ascension's their roster. If you don't know them, I mean, both of these teams, they're very well-known teams of this scene, Scap.
Yeah, I mean, Sam on Ascension has been around for gosh darn forever. You know, Bonk, Inca Cola, Mirage. You know, I'm gonna expect to see some crab out from Sam. A roller of some variety out from Bonk. Inca, I am having a little bit of trouble recalling what it is that they play, but you know, it'll be a surprise. And then Mirage probably on leader, given the current meta, right?
Yeah.
Or some form of cooler, if not pencil, Dapple.
Yeah, that's possible. On the side of BlankZ, don't expect a pencil or a leader to come. They like to go much faster than that. With the help of the heavy-headed Splatling, which we've seen them play earlier on stream. We had 2 streams, so maybe you didn't catch them, but they're here coming in fast, coming in strong, and let's get right in the game, Scap.
Yeah, and here we go. We have Mirage on the pencil, like you mentioned, and to match that cooler on the other side of BlankZ, we have the heavy edit. So going to see a little bit of Splatling action, and particularly on this map, that Splatling, using that to be able to take control of elbow and be a little bit more aggressive can be very valuable.
Yeah. And right now, that's BlankZ trying to go in fast, but that vacuum has been so strong lately. It's not going to work, though. It gets punished instantly by the heavy edit to the side. Both teams still fighting, but it looks like BlankZ is able to get the extra splats to get Ascensions out of here. They're going to take early control of the zone.
Speaking of the more aggressive backline, right? The heavy edit getting the opening mix there, and then we also see that BlankZ isn't really wasting any time getting completely completely into Ascension spawn. Blaster going in and going down, and then the Tetra's going in and going down. But they're really trying to stagger Ascension and prevent them from setting up at all.
Yeah, and BlankZ is not stopping. They go in for more multi with the Tetras. Is stopped, but the vacuum is not enough. Is not even enough to cap the zone. Ascension is struggling against BlankZ right now, and BlankZ still has full control of mid.
They have that back nearly ready to go as well on the side of Ascension, but we have the splashdown from the Blaster also ready to counter. Benji going in, getting one, getting two, I think, and this is going to be finally a cap for Ascension. But like we saw with BlankZ, this map really is just getting into that elbow, trying to lock out for as long as you squidly can. So Ascension getting as much hate down as they possibly can.
And instantly BlankZ comes back. The Reef Slider and the Bubbler will allow them to take back control of the zone. Ascension doesn't get time to breathe. They activate another vacuum. That's breathing, I guess. And they push forward, but can they survive? Can they stay in? It's 2 vs 2, but BlankZ keeps getting splat after splat. That unrelenting attack that BlankZ is giving us right now, it's working, Skep.
They have a huge penalty to be able to clear, so Ascension really can take their time. We have this cooler out, you know, going in, maybe trading in, getting a pick, can really help them break back into elbow, but we have yet to see them really take advantage of that back in that narrow space that is their opponent's elbow to try and set up a lockout. And look what's going on over here. That back comes out, but who's there to play off of it? The pen, no, I guess.
I guess there's always someone when a pencil is on the map, but there isn't much time left. That crab tank and that cooler need to be enough to cap the zone right there. BlankZ with the Bubblo trying to paint extra. The Reef Slider to keep the zone blue. Ascension doing everything they can, and thanks to the vac, I guess they're going to get the zone. That was a close one, Skep, but Ascension, I mean, they still have a lot of work to do.
There goes their penalty though, so reapplying that penalty on the BlankZ, it can set them up for what could be a comeback here, but really they're going to have to get nearly down to the KO in order to even have a chance. That Blaster possibly poking this gal on the left side, but does not find it. But here comes the slider. That's a recap there. No, yes, for BlankZ. So again, putting Ascension on the back foot as we see the Junior and the Tetra.
Ooh.
Never mind, I take it back, Pat. They're going in.
They're getting punished. Ascension was able to deny the push in by BlankZ, but they had to get extra splats before getting back the zone. We are entering the last minute. Ascension are able to set themselves in front of the zone. They've never been in such a good position as they are right now, and BlankZ, They didn't know, they don't know what to do to get back on the zone. They haven't had to do that yet. Right there, 2 down onto Ascension. BlankZ with the Bubbler, painting as much as they can. And I mean, the power of the Junior, you always have some paint.
Right, and then look, they're trying to force the pen back. They do manage to do so. We've got 40 ticks left in the game, give or take, unless we head into overtime. So the gal here on the right side really needs to live. Gets a pick, puts the Junior, but goes down to the Blaster. That could be the cap here for Ascension, but Bonk popping that back on their own. Looks like they do have the back. Oh gosh, incredible pick there from our Blaster on that pen, because that's so much paint gone.
So much paint, so much range as well, but the crab tank is there to give some solidity to Ascension's presence. Again, they're ahead on the map. We are about to enter overtime, Skep. These two teams are so evenly matched right now. BlankZ has 1 push to get back onto the zone. They have 2 specials at the ready. Can they get on the zone though?
Here we go, and 2 members down on the side of Ascension means they're not going to have those members to paint. They have the splashdown out from BlankZ, and that's it. That's GG for game number 1. And remember, it's best of 3.
It's best of 3, but with counterpick. And given how close these 2 teams were in game number 1, I mean, we can expect Ascension going onto a map mode that they feel comfortable in, but they have a very, very good shot at getting to a game 3.
what do you anticipate in terms of a map mode, right? Because we know we have the heavy edit on the side of, no, I'm sorry. Ascension has the pen.
Yes.
So probably going to zones, somewhere flat, right? We know Mirage is capable of playing a leader as well, but if they switch to leader, I don't think they still have a cooler.
I mean, there's always a zap that you can bring. I'm sure we'll see what Ascension decides to do. But one thing for sure, as you said, going on a long flat map where they can see blanks coming would give them a huge advantage right there, because blanks was always running forward trying to get the sneaky kills on them, either with a blaster or with the tetras. If Ascension goes on a map like Crab Lake, where they can see everything from above with a pencil or a liter, they can see their opponent coming, they can counter it before it happens. So these wide maps, and we know Splatoon 3 has a number of those, that's what Ascension needs to play off of right now. Because if they go onto a small map where they'll constantly be in a fight, we know these fights tend to favor blanks.
I would be concerned about, because honestly, when I thought about a flat map that favors pencil, the first thing that come to mind is Crab Leg, right? At least for me. But that still scares me, because then you're talking about fighting a blaster with all those grades, right? And then a tetra sliding onto the grades. And I honestly, it's still a pretty good bubble map, you know, if you manage to get that top mid. So that still scares me. But, you know, Umami. So still a pretty pen forward map, but, you know, your sightlines are going to be pretty broken up.
And especially on this map, Wraith Slider or Bubbler doesn't give you the penalty applied instantly, because there's two zones and they're quite separated by that big top mid that we have. The zones, you can paint them with anything, like a blaster shot could take that zone probably. But you need to paint both, and that's one of the big strengths of the Wraith Slider, is it can paint that one big zone very fast. But here we don't have that, so that's a good move by Ascension. They're cutting kind of one of Blank's strategy. We saw Blanks was very eager to go back in, repaint the zone as fast as they could. They won't be able to do that there, and as you said, pencil on here, or any charger can set themselves in the right position, see the opponent coming, and this is what Ascension needs. Very nice counter pick by Ascension. As you called as well, we're staying on flat zones. I mean, it's what we see. And these top players do. Yeah?
Oh, another interesting thing about this map is once you're set up on top mid, you don't need to push any further, right? So you can count on your opponents having to take some sort of risky play to break that choke point. And a comp like BlankZ's that wants to go in, wants to take its fights, you know, that you can bait them into that essentially.
Yeah.
So it is. I think it's an excellent counter pick actually.
Yeah. Well, there's the theory. Now let's look at how it goes in reality when it's time to make it work. Right there, both teams are going to paint a lot, and it looks like that opening is going to go the way of Ascension. Blanks kinda not able to get their footing on the map, will be stuck right there. And as you said, Ascension not trying to push much further. They have the control over the zones, and they're happy to fight next to them. These fights are going their way.
They don't need to go any further than this, right? Blanks needs to use one of their crazy entry specials, be that the splashdown or, you know, the reef slider. Both of those require them to throw their bodies forward, right? And so does Bubble to a degree. So allowing them to just sit back, you know, play that choke point, and look how far back Ascension is, right? They really can just wait for Blanks to push in.
Yeah, well, Blanks is pushing in. They're able to get control and set some paint on the zone. Now, there's still people from Ascension. Multi with the Tetras got very deep in and got splatted for it. I mean, Blank, they didn't get the memo that you don't need to push forward. They want to push forward. They'll never not push forward, and that's how they like to play right there. But it's kind of working, Skep, right now. They were so close to getting the lead.
Yeah, but look what Ascension has that BlankZ doesn't. They have those re-entry specials. They can use that screen to split the map. They have, you know, that crab for that long range entry pressure, right, to get that blaster in. And so really beautiful retake there from BlankZ, you know, getting below 60, from Ascension, getting below 60 really does do a lot, and denying that from BlankZ can go a long way.
Yeah, and Ascension right there, getting more and more points. The blaster coming in, the splashdown is ready. I guess we're going to see it very soon. Here it goes. No, they're just keeping it. They're taking the zones without really using all of their specials. They use it after to make sure that they win the team fight.
And it works, right? And now this is scary. We have a junior set up throwing bombs into your court on that dome, and that's somewhere where you want to be set up. You want to either get the crab there, you want to get your pen there, you want to have somebody there. But the junior does back and give that up, you know, lobbing those bombs everywhere, every which way they can, and it looks like they get a pick off of it too, with Benny there in that court.
Yeah, right now, BlankZ very much staying in control, so far up ahead. They're waiting for the mistake from Ascension, and as they are waiting, the clock is ticking in their favor. They're getting the lead. Ascension, now they don't have much time left. 15 ticks, that's so real time. They need to run at least one of the zone painted. Can they do it in time?
Wait, oh my gosh, okay, they're gonna run at the heavy edit there. They get the blaster. That's the left zone falling in favor of Ascension, clawing in by the skin of their teeth there to keep this game from coming to a close. And now they can try and set up another lockout.
Well, they have to lock out because they need a KO to win this game. A minute and a half is plenty of time to do so. But Ascension still has a lot of work to do. And BlankZ, I mean, again, they're pushing in, they're throwing their bodies forward, they're using their specials to make sure that they can stay there, keep fighting on, but they're getting punished now. It's Ascension's turn to get more and more points, and they don't have any penalty left.
10-6? That's it! And here comes the Tetris. The Tetris goes down, and the Booyah to seal it out. That's GG. Oh my gosh!
The answer by Ascension. What an answer. Incredible game right there. I mean, we've had two close games, Kev, and I mean, both of these teams on fire, countering what the other team is doing, adapting, changing what they do. 1-1 now, only one game to decide it all between BlankZ and Ascension.
And, you know, it made me a little bit nervous there. You know, seeing Ascension struggle to get back in, right? Right after we were talking about how they actually have re-entry specials on that map. But what the common denominator was between both those games was how patient both teams were and how close they were willing to let the opponents get to the KO. And maybe feel a little comfortable, maybe feel like they've already won the game, and really take their time and make sure that they had all of their ducks in a row before pushing in and trying to fight to the last squid, right?
Yeah, and Skep, we're in the top 4 of this tournament, and it shows at this level. A split seconds matter. Remember, points on the zone, they're not even second, they're 0.6 seconds. That's how short, how close BlankZ was from winning the game. But both of these teams know that every frame matters and you have to pay attention all the time. BlankZ going to tower control on Hagglefish Market.
Interesting.
That's going to be a lot of pressure on Benny, their blaster. But given what we've seen from Ascension's S-Blast in the previous game, that looks like a risky move.
Another thing that, you know, concerns me a little bit is that, you know, retake can be pretty difficult on this map. Especially if you have people running at you, they're taking your street, right? And then for blasters, like, we want to see them playing the sides, playing those extreme angles where there's that height differential. So I'm curious. I'm holding on. And we see the Hydra out with the bubble as well on the side of BlankZ instead of that heavy.
Yeah, well, I think BlankZ idea is that they don't need to take it, they're constantly pushing, and they move to their signature Hydra as well. That Hydra can establish a lot of space to allow them to defend very, very strongly, Skep. And right now, Ascension, they're not able to push in. They get punished before they can even put the tower forward.
And here comes those blasters scrapping for Hut, which is a great spot for a blaster to be in, and an annoying one for a blaster to retake. And look at BlankZ really huddled up here for that first checkpoint, so no matter who goes down, they're going to have someone to break that check, because this is where things can really snowball. But no bubble. They were holding on to that, and they don't have it anymore.
Yeah, but the fact that we're all next to the checkpoint is making it very hard on them now to keep the push going, but the splats will help with that. They get more splats, they push forward, the bubble is on the tower, and they're getting to checkpoint number 2. That's the checkpoint that usually makes or breaks a game of tower on this map. Multi dancing on the tower, so close to breaking the checkpoints, yeah?
Yeah, and Benny there underneath that hut still, trying to keep their team in this on this side of the map, right? And we see them coming back in, retooling that tower. We have a bubble out from the Hydra, and that's going to be huge, breaking the second checkpoint. But only the Junior and the Hydra left standing. There comes the successive bubble, and that's it. That's the second checkpoint falling with that double bubble comp. How quick!
Hey, chaining all of these bubblers. There's so many bubbles on the side of BlankZ, but that's what it takes to go through the checkpoint. As I guess, great strategy by them. 24 points remaining is huge, but I mean, there's 3 minutes left, and we know that Ascension is not a team to underestimate, Skep.
No, and they do have that Booyah bomb. I don't even know to be able to push in. So Ascension here on that tower, but remember, they haven't even been able to score a single point yet. You know how quickly BlankZ is coming in, and never mind, I take it back. It's just the Hydra left standing.
Yeah, it's like Ascension is finally gaining some momentum, but BlankZ has all these bubbles to defend. Ascension can't really get splats as they're trying to move forward. And you were speaking about retakes. Right there, it's Ascension that's struggling to push forward, and BlankZ is simply waiting for Ascension to go in, and they splat them for it.
It feels like a different team, right? You're all, like, you're fighting a rushdown team 2 games in a row, and now you're fighting double bubble that's waiting for you to take your toes like one step into the ring so they could get you. Just the whiplash from that kind of tempo change, it is clearly a lot for Ascension.
Yeah, isn't it triple bubbler? That blaster isn't the one.
That's Splashdown.
With one. Oh, that's Splashdown. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I see so many bubbles. I'm pretty sure this is the only special in the world right now when BlankZ is playing. But yeah, I mean, BlankZ is still holding strong. Ascension again on the tower, and they got rid of the Hydra, which means they have so much range right now. They're going to be able to push BlankZ away. They're on that checkpoint. If they can go through, they're on their way to get some momentum, and with 2 down, Ascension is getting back in this game, Skep.
Yeah, but they have that, Benny has that splashdown ready to go. You see Multi to the top right of tower, does go in and dive it, and there's just so many lethals on that tower, and 2 members down on the side of Ascension does, you know, almost mean that push is going to come to a close, especially with that Hydra's bubble set up on Hut. That can be very difficult to push into.
BlankZ right there, fighting hard, but the moves from the Flings are able to get the extra splats. Ascension is still in this push, and they're not that far behind. If they can break that checkpoint, that could spell disaster for BlankZ. 2 down on BlankZ. Benny is waiting for the opportunity, and is going in with the splashdown. He's not going to find anything, but the rest of BlankZ is back in position to defend once again. It's not over. 20 seconds, Kev.
They don't have a bubble to brute force the second checkpoint like BlankZ did. There's 3 down, Multi pushing in, running at the pen. Oh my gosh, and they get the pick! I dare say that's GG's for BlankZ taking the set as Ascension tries to claw their way in and get back in control of that tower, but they're not going to let them. Shutting it down. BlankZ moving on to our losers finals.
The patience by BlankZ. We saw BlankZ during game number 1 and 2 running over and over and over and over, and this game they were simply waiting for Ascension to make a mistake every corner, and Ascension was not ready for that. They almost adapted in the end, but BlankZ could shut them down one more time. Incredible game, and BlankZ is going to punch their ticket on to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, at least tying or at least getting themselves third place in the event, right? But knowing that they are going to go on and fight NM over there, possibly in grand finals, who they have yet to face, right?
Yeah, lots more to face. They'll have. I think Bread is the team that put them into the low bracket during the semifinals, so they have a lot of work to do right there. Before we go on to a break to prepare that set, shout outs to Pinky, our TO, for donating $15, saying let's go BlankZ. And of course, a reminder that any donation you do right now for Gamers Outreach, for Gamers for Giving, will be doubled by Squiddaddle. So
let's go Squiddaddle!
That's perfect time to donate some money. Reminder. And yeah, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with the lower bracket finals. Fuck off. Wait, are we live? Tell us when we're live!
Wait, are we? This is not very nice.
We are live. Okay, just tell us before we put us live, Naga. Okay, well, we're back and it's going to be Bread versus BlankZ. Yeah, I mean, we've seen these two teams already. They're very strong, they're very fast. Bread, top level player, incredibly strong as team number one. BlankZ, a team that we've seen over and over go and win so many things. And yeah, that's an incredible game right there. But this time it's a best of 5 between Bread and BlankZ. The last time these two teams met, it was a 3-0 for Bread. But BlankZ, did they learn? Can they adapt? Can they do better this time?
We're gonna find out, right? You know, as they say, the replay effect, right? Where two teams go against each other one round, and maybe one of the teams, perhaps the one that took the L, thinks about it real hard, while they're in between games, and, comes up with an amazing strategy going into the rematch, right?
Yep. Well, it's time to know which of these two teams will move forward and fight NM in grand finals, and let's start with Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime.
We do see a lot of retake specials. Those are going to be really important on this map because you have so many committal drops. But BlankZ very quickly going 3 down. They do have this grab to work with, but...
No.
Did I get it backwards?
Our colors are backward. BlankZ is in blue right there. Bread got splatted, and BlankZ is now in control of the zone.
Thank you, Goat. BlankZ in control of the zone as we get below 80 ticks, but realistically on this map, yeah, I mean, you're going to expect to see heavy swings back and forth in terms of points here. So as these strikes come out from Bread, they are going to recap, but really they have to get set up on their opponent's snipe before we start seeing those massive point changes that we do expect to see on Barnacle and Dime.
Right there, the fight is raging on. Bread able to get on top of it. This time they get splat after splat, and I mean, they're going to set themselves in front of the zone. BlankZ pushed away. Benny, the last standing, is going to be splatted as well. Now it's full control for Bread, and Skep, like me, that when a team is on that platform, has the paint all around, it is so hard to push back in.
Yeah, especially when you're working with, like we mentioned in the previous set, the very different retake specials that don't really have the long-range AoE that you want to see on Barnacle and Dime. So Bread, using those strikes to shut down that bubble, that's going to prevent BlankZ from pushing in and getting those specials set up. So as they burn that splashdown, they only have that Reef-Slider left with 15 ticks left in the game. They get the pick on the Tetras, that's huge! Bread setting themselves up for a very quick KO here on Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, I mean, Bread, so fast, so dominant. We've seen them before. They are now 4-0 against BlankZ. BlankZ, we know they can do so much, but right there, they didn't have an answer. They need to find a way to push back onto Bread if they want to win this set, if they want to stay in this tournament, Skep.
Yeah, holding on, right? Going in for that rematch, I believe, against NM on the other side of the bracket. Going down 2-3 in winners finals, right? Close games, close set, and knowing that they have to start building momentum, start feeling courage, start burning hot, because if they end up in grand finals, they're going to have to deal with a bracket reset, right?
Yeah, I mean, lots more happening right there. All the pressure is on BlankZ. We see Bread. I mean, right now, Bread looks invincible. They absolutely took control of that zone. They didn't leave anything to chance, and everything BlankZ was throwing at them, nothing worked. BlankZ, I mean, we know how good they can do, we know how well they can play, but right there, they need something huge if they want to be able to take a game off of Bread.
I will say that map map mode in particular would have been harder for the comp that we have been seeing out of BlankZ, right? You know, knowing that they have to, you know, very similar to Umami, have their bodies move forward in order to be able to, you know, get picks with their specials and set themselves up, right? And then if you burn those specials on your retake, you don't have them for lockout. And so that could be pretty difficult for their comp in particular on that map, which is so committal.
Yeah, and right there, Skep, one thing to note, this map mode, these two teams played each other in semifinals, and it was very, very close. Bread won by just a few points, but it was very close. The BlankZ, they're trying to bring it back and do a little bit better. But against a team like Bread, you can't do the same thing twice. Bread is punishing them, and they already have a bubbler by the checkpoint.
And we're going to see Soldier there break that right checkpoint. This checkpoint does tend to fall a little bit more quickly. It's not the one that people typically set themselves up for longer pushes. But despite that, oh my gosh, it's just the heavy left standing. And so Brad really going to take that Rainmaker and just start running for it. Are you kidding me?
Whoa.
Nearly getting to that KO, Pat.
3 points remaining. BlankZ is alive. BlankZ is surviving, hanging on by a thread. They drop because they don't want to keep the Rainmaker here. As Bread still has the middle of this map on lock. Bread is still incredibly dangerous, and BlankZ is still looking for an answer.
And there they go, grabbing that Rainmaker, but with everyone on the side of Bread looking at the fish, I mean, you're not going to be able to swim very far, and that's the heavy edit going down as well, so denying that cooler. We do see the Blaster going in, Benny, and getting that pick on the back line, huge in terms of possibly setting themselves up for a push if they can deal with Durachi over here on the left.
Yeah, the Crab Tank is going to be chased away by all the specials, but it's not enough. Because everybody was looking at that crab, the rest of Bread was able to simply get back forward, take back control of this, win the team fight, and not wasting a single second right there. Bread is back on the attack, Skep.
There's that Rainmaker free-firing that left side. Bread knowing that realistically, I mean, all they need to do is keep the Rainmaker on this half of the map for the rest of the game. I mean, they've gotten that close to the KO. Obviously, you don't want to have that fight in mid because goodness forbid you make a mistake and then all of a sudden BlankZ is actually getting a push. But it's BlankZ that has to deal with keeping their players alive and trying to get something out of everything here.
All the pressure on BlankZ once again as Bread. There's so much yellow on this map, but there's Yushi behind everybody with the hammer getting a double. That could be the start of something for BlankZ.
And here we go, but the bucket Soja on the left side, shutting that down as quickly as it started. And so BlankZ, despite having, they lose the splash now, but 2 down on the side of Bread. They have the Reef Slider at least. They can start looking towards that left side. We do see the Tetra looking for an opportunity, going in, does manage to get the Blaster as well. So Yoshell on that top left, really going to be one of the final forms of defense here for Bread. But it looks like they managed to do that again. Every time it looks like BlankZ has an opportunity to push, Bread comes in and shuts it down.
Yeah, right now, 2 versus 2 with the Rainmaker stuck in that position, and BlankZ can't really bump it, I guess. Bread is still very much in control of the space, and BlankZ is forced to jump away or get splatted. I mean, the commanding position that Yoshell is always able to take right there. They are always in the perfect position to crush BlankZ's plans.
And it's always like a clever shark, right? It's either the pen or a really clever shark to shut that down. And it could be anybody. It could be the bucket. It could be the blaster. It could be the splash. It just having to check that many corners while also moving quickly with the pace of Rainmaker as an objective is very difficult.
Yeah, and right there, BlankZ is trying once again to push. There's nobody to stop them this time. They're able to break the checkpoint. That's step number 1, but with 45 seconds left, they need more than the checkpoint, and they're losing player after player. That's a delayed wipe in favor of BlankZ needs to mount a huge push. They only have 30 seconds. Yep.
They also need to take control of mid, right? Because here Bread is, they have Cooler on top mid. They do manage to get the pick on the splash, but lose their edit in the process. Soldier here fighting the Tetras on that left side does go down. So BlankZ pushing in. They managed to get the pick on the pet, but Jirachi there on that crab tank, really forcing them so far back with 10 seconds left in the game path.
10 seconds, but there's 2 down on Bread. If BlankZ can get that Rainmaker and they're able to grab it, they can start the overtime, but no, the final splat will end it. That's 2-0 for Bread. Bread right now, still, they're not stopping Skep. They want to go back against NM. They want to get to grand finals. And BlankZ is struggling.
Yeah, on their counter pick, right? We gotta remember that this is the map mode where they were like, we're gonna get him here. Oh, let's get away from zones, move towards something more mobile. But when it came to that extra, mobility, that meant more corners to clear, more things to worry about, more moments where you hesitate and so you get got, right? With a clever shark. They've got an uphill battle.
An uphill battle for sure. They're not allowed a single mistake, and that starts with the next pick that they're going to have to make. This is their last counter pick of this set. This could be their last counter pick of this tournament, and if they want to make a good showing, they need to make it count, because they don't only need to win, they need to get momentum. They need to find a way. They need to find something Bread is bad at. And right there, it's looking like a very, very tough thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams would turn their nose up at Rainmaker, right? It's the opposite of zones in terms of how objective moves. Like tower control, we love tower control, but objective, moves in a very fixed way. And while we have our Rainmaker paths, that degree of expression and freedom that you have in Rainmaker is very much unlike different modes. Going, frankly, to what I personally would consider a pretty similar map to Undertow. You have similar changes in elevation. You have a preferred Rainmaker, objective line where we see the Rainmaker going predominantly to the right, and you have that degree of predictability. Undertow is the same thing, but on the left hand. So a little interesting, but something that is pretty different is while the changes in elevation or Undertow are choppy, right? With Humpback, it's gradual, and so that could really affect the Pen's range.
I think BlankZ is being stubborn right there. They think that they're usually better than Rainmaker than their opponent because they're used to fighting like mid-level and high-level teams right there.
I mean, look at their tags, right?
Yeah, Bread is on the next level right there. Bread is ready to fight on Humpback Rainmaker, and they have the Slusher. That Slusher, Soldier with the Slusher will be the weapon to match because Soldier is going to be incredibly dangerous on here.
I mean, yeah, arguably one of the best bucket players in the world, right? With Soldier there, and having to deal with that on, the bucket map. BlankZ does have an uphill climb here. Oh, here we go. That's the first checkpoint for free.
Bread just not wasting a second right there. Less than 30 seconds. They're already at the checkpoint. They re-grab. They lose a few too many players. That's going to be it for that push. But, I mean, getting the checkpoint so fast. Bread has to be pretty happy. Now BlankZ needs to mount and enter.
And here's that bubble on top mid, but gotta get shut down by Benny there. In with that blaster. The splashdown also very quickly being cancelled, so that bubble going to be able to provide jumps and help Bread get set back up and shut down this push. That edit in that tiny little corner. How are they still alive? The blaster coming in. Oh.
Nice save by the blaster right there, keeping their teammate alive. But Rainmaker is still stuck in that corner. It's going to be rough for Bread to grab it, but BlankZ can't really bring it anywhere as well. That's going to be kind of staggered. We're going to have to wait for that Rainmaker to move now. Oh well,
there we go.
it's
Oh! The push coming to a close before they could break the checkpoint, and realistically, I mean, effectively tie everything up, right? Like 45 is not massive on this map. The hammer coming out on top mid does very quickly get shut down, and that could be pretty destructive on this map, right? Where there's, like I mentioned, that very gradual change of elevation. Bread really folding very quickly. Now just the pen.
Just the pen. They are losing a few players, but it's not just the pen. It is Yoshel absolutely shredding with the pen right there. BlankZ had a good opportunity. It's done. Everybody else from Bread is back in position, and they have control over mid-scap.
Yeah, and they're realistically, you know, if they manage to clear top mid here, they can start working their way in. You know, but the bubble, you know, the strikes, I mean, we still see Bread, you know, with utility set up to control mid. And remember that BlankZ has yet to break that checkpoint. Beautiful pick on the blaster, going to deny that bubble. As we see Bread try and grab the Rainmaker, perhaps to move it and set it up more defensively, but they go down as well.
Yeah, lots of splats left and right. The blaster is not able. Oh well, the blaster is able to stop the Rainmaker actually with a bubbler on it to deny completely the repop by BlankZ. 2 minutes left in this game, Skip, and usually on this map, breaking the checkpoint is not the hard part. BlankZ hasn't gotten it yet.
Yeah, and you know, we see this cooler coming out with 2 members down, but I mean, it looks like they're scared to grab it, right? Having to figure out how to move this pen, figure out where the bucket is. Like, it's that same level of hesitation that we were seeing on Undertow. You know, in terms of making sure all your boxes are cleared, and then moving quickly, right?
Yeah, right there. BlankZ is eyeing the checkpoint, and they will be able to take it with the hammer to allow themselves to get into the street. They are moving forward. They're so close to the lead, but they get punished. It's a wipeout. Bread is holding with 1 minute left. I don't think they're going to stay back. I think, yeah, they're already trying to push back in and extend their lead.
As they should. Like I mentioned earlier, it's an incredibly small lead, as we can see, you know, just how quickly it looked like it was about to fall. Bread does try and go in, does get a little bit more points, but loses 2 members in the process.
Oh, wait!
Whoa! Oh, goodness! Yeah, they could have KO'd there!
That was too close for comfort. BlankZ is still alive, but with 45 seconds left, they need a KO just to stay in the tournament. They're going in. They're in the street right now. They know what they need to do. They know what the deal is. The Rainmaker is dancing. The Hydra is helping. They're still very much alive and pushing. What?
Oh my god. They have splashdown though. Are they going to use that for the repop? It looks like they tried, but they can't outcompete that DPS on the side of Bread. Bread dropping the Rainmaker, forcing BlankZ to go all the way back to mid and all the way back to spawn. Just narrowly seizing a clean 3-0 victory from what could have been a very messy end of that game.
I think we can agree that BlankZ could have taken a game there, but it was not meant to be. Bread just able to pull through. That was close, but that is still a 3-0, a commanding 3-0 by Bread. And okay, BlankZ, you were right to counter-pick this map mode. I have to admit that.
Yeah, I mean, it's cute. All their Rainmaker in their splash tags the whole way down. You know, going back to what they're good at. It could have ended differently, right? Without that sneaky play, and it goes back to show like Rainmaker. You gotta be on your toes the whole game, but you can't be paranoid, right? And you know, balancing that awareness and, you know, almost to a degree stubbornness with the fish versus making sure you're not being paranoid and denying yourself opportunities. You know, fighting ghosts, right? That's difficult. But that was a good game. I yelled. My voice is a little like, why'd you do that?
Yeah, well, that's on these teams. They're bringing us too much hype, too much for your voice. But I guess we're going to take a very, very short break. Our two teams are rating up already, so just a short break so we can set everything, and we'll be right back, Skip. And welcome back. It is now time for the grand finals of this Gamers for Giving tournament, Cap. We have our top 2 teams ready to fight NM versus Bread.
And this was a close set the last time these two teams fought. So NM going to have to lock in, be ready for whatever Bread is about to pull, because they are feeling hot after that last clean 3-0 from the previous set over in Losers Finals. And remember, this went 3-2 in favor of NM last time they fought.
Yeah, it was very close, but NM was able to get the victory. And I mean, these two teams very, very evenly matched. And I like to say, Bread is the kind of team that we expect to win this tournament. NM, they play different. They do something else. They're incredibly good as well, and it seems to be working today. Can it work twice now? Bread, as you said, coming stronger, coming with momentum. Is NM still warm? They had to wait for quite a while.
I mean, from what I heard, they were in X rank, so they're probably still warm, right?
Okay.
So I mean, look at all that chip on this, especially this opening map where on Mahi, where it's so small. So having that blaster with that bow, with those chumps, possibly, you know, if those come out, you know, in such a small area, it can be pretty difficult when you're trying to push up and take space. But it is Bread that does take the first cap of the zone as those chumps come out, and we lose that chip combo with the blaster. So Bread going to hold this here, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, we're fighting in a hallway right now for control over the zone. Bread is able to keep the zone painted as the fight is raging on, and they're winning the fight as well. Enemies forced away from here. Neddy trying to survive, activating the cooler to just keep themselves alive a bit longer. And Evan is still trying to go in, but we're past the 50 points, and Bread is still in control, Scap.
Bread using those strikes to keep that cap as they get the picks of the 3 members that dropped on that left side. We're getting below the 30 tick point as another member of NM goes down. Bread having this crab and that splashdown ready to go, ready for whoever dares to drop.
Last chance for NM right there. Bread is holding that zone. 10 ticks left. Last splashdown, slowing everything down, and with 3 splats, that's a KO. That's a wipeout. That is Bread commanding game number 1.
100-0 as well, Pat.
Yeah.
Showing that they're still locked in and they're ready to steamroll, right? I don't think we're going to be seeing close Rainmaker games between these two teams.
I don't think so as well. Right there, Bread just absolutely dominated that game. Didn't let NM really set themselves for what they wanted to do. And I mean, a weapon like the Tri-Stringer, which NM likes to run as their backline, likes to be in the right spot, likes to hold the space and control how things go, benefits a lot from the other team being a bit too slow. Bread didn't give them time to do that, didn't let them have that right there, and NM now needs a big answer if they want to deny Bread their victory.
And you know, we have like you mentioned, the bow with the chumps, and that they need to, at least in my opinion, granted these players are a lot better than me, they need to take advantage of a comp that plays off of chip. You want as many players alive as possible at any given moment, because you know, more players are up, the more potential chip combos that you have. It sounds simple, but on paper, you know, when you have opponents, you know, waiting for you to get a little bit too close to a ledge, or waiting for you to drop before they pop that splashdown, I mean, they could take you out at any moment, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, look at that counter pick. Was NM watching our previous set, Gab? Do they know?
We're gonna find out, right?
I mean, I know that Snipes, aka Mesmerizer, is going to switch to Wellstring on here, and Wellstring is so powerful in Rainmaker. It absolutely shreds the shield in just one shot or two. You absolutely get the pop for free. So I feel like NM is going to gain a lot of speed from going on Rainmaker, and that's speed is what they were lacking in this previous game.
I mean, but let's talk about something similar that we saw against the previous team. You're going against Soldier on that bucket on the bucket map, right?
Yeah.
That could be something. Granted, we will see the vac with the wellstring. That tells me that when we see pushes, they are probably going to be over pretty quick. We're going to expect to see that vac coming out, probably shortly after they try and go for pop. And look, we got a Luna Blaster as well on the side of Brad.
I mean, here's the thing, Skep. When you go against Brad, either you go on a map that's wide and open and you get splatted by Yoshio, either you go on a map that has lots of ledges and you get splatted by Soldier. There is no good map against Brad. And right there, Brad is already taking control around the Rainmaker. Thanks to the Luna Blaster, they're going to have a hammer to go through 3 down onto NM. And Brad is going to push in.
That is something that came to my mind as well, right? When you're talking about dealing with the wellstring, you're dealing with that hammer, you're dealing with that object damage. You need something to be able to counter that. And that Luna's going to do such a fantastic job at playing around the changes in geometry that we see on Humpback and having that hammer for repop. And the strikes here as well, getting that repop. Brad's still in control, throwing that Rainmaker just a little bit forward, getting 24 remaining.
Yeah, but here comes the defensive power of the wellstring. With all of these arrows, you can't really be where the wellstring expects you to be. That's the Rainmaker is sitting there though. Oh wait, they didn't manage to drop it. That is big. Red is still so dangerous, Scare.
And here they are cooled as well, so we're probably going to see someone running in here trying to go for some cheeky points before that Rainmaker resets. But regardless, I mean, they're still really in control of that elbow. Splash not getting any picks on Jasmine or the other player that was further to the right. NM having 4 specials online, so this is where we're probably going to see those quick pushes, like I had mentioned. We have that back ready to go, and the Luna Blaster getting shut down from behind, and, let's see those specials come out.
Yeah, and right there, 2 down onto Brad. It looks like NM are finally able to get some momentum, to get some presence. The lead is not that big. We know that nothing is safe on this map mode. Now, can NM push into the street? They have the Rainmaker grab, but here comes the hammer.
Wow.
Well,
I could have sworn they were going to go down to the Rainmaker there. I was like, oh no, they're throwing the Rainmaker, they're throwing the hammer, they're dropping into the Rainmaker blast. How did Bro live that?
Yeah, nice dodge, but it was not enough in the end. Red retake control of their side of the map. There's still people from NM to control mid and control over mids. The team that controls mid controls the next push, will be able to decide when they can go in. They have the vacuum at the ready to help with that as well. And with the splat on the splash, they're in the right position to move forward. Ooh.
And now this back comes out. They're in control of the elbow. The strikes are out as well, but not enough with the back. NM getting the 6 remaining and having the back shot for repop. Ecstasy there, shooting at the Rainmaker, trying to pre-fire it, as well as Soldier trying to prevent them from grabbing it, but it's just the bucket. Mendy going in, getting the dunk. Oh my gosh, on that destructive map mode that Bread seemed so capable of winning, shut down by NM.
NM really found that one push to get the victory, and that's what you need in Splatoon, especially in Rainmaker, of course. With the bubbler and the vacuum, they knew this was their occasion, this was their moment to do the deed and to get the KO. That's the answer by NM. We are now 1-1, Skep, and remember, NM, they have to fight Bread on their counter pick now, but they also have one big advantage, is that they won in the upper bracket side, which means they only need to win this set in order to be your champion.
I think we're going to a bracket reset. The reason why I think we're going to a bracket reset is I think Bread is thinking. And like, okay. Luna, very good on Humpback, right? Hammer, very good at Rainmaker Pop, right?
Yeah.
However, there's one more thing that special does, and it shuts down that back. And so what I think we're seeing is Bread trying to find something to deal with the 96, right? And shut down that vacuum.
Yeah. I mean, we on that last push, we saw the 96 shut down the hammer and then get the vacuum to completely enable the Rainmaker to get right under the final checkpoint, the final platform. And I mean, that's the trump card by NM. Bread needs something to stop that 96 for sure. They need to shut it down, and
yeah,
they have the tools to do so. We know that Bread is very much able to bring any weapon to the table, and this is where their choices are going to matter. Now we're going to Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. That's a classic map mode, Skep. We've been casting that map mode for years now.
Yeah, and it gets to the point where, like, you think, like, okay, we've been playing this map mode for years too, but, you know, it's Splatoon 3. So many people have come out of the woodworks. How many people actively playing the game were actively playing during Splatoon 2, right? I got a question, you know, how true that old... I mean...
we still see it. It's still a classic. Yeah. It's still very much a classic.
I'm trying to say there's been a lot of changes up at top level. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, if it's good, if it works, don't fix it. This is a good map that's fun to play and gives us great games to watch. So I always love to see it, Skep.
Me too, especially here in Grands, right? Going into a 1-1 set on a map that is so familiar and so cozy to so many players. We know everybody's going to be capable of bringing their best to this map.
Yeah, right there. It looks like NM is bringing the tower to the first checkpoint already. Now, they're not that far up ahead. The vacuum will allow them to get onto the platform, but it's a bit too late. All of Bread has respawned. He's retaking control. The tower is going to be stopped. And we'll go back into mid. Bread. Oh, wait. Bread cannot! Missing their retake of the tower as NM is still pushing forward.
It seems like everyone assumed, no bro, you get that splat on my ramp, right? No, you, okay. That's what that looked like to me. And then, you know, we see all that time being used and NM being able to come out of spawn, and now we have these chumps out. That's going to make it a lot harder to swim and hit your shots when you're dealing with those AoE weapons like a bucket and a blaster, right? Oh, I take it back. The bucket's doing just fine. Getting 2.5, and the blaster cleaning it up. That's a delayed wipe for Bread. My bad.
This is time to push in. Bread is in position. They have their blaster going forward with the help of the crab as well. And they're breaking that checkpoint. They're going to go to the second one. The vacuum will stop them with a splat on Yoshel. That is big. Bread is not really able to get to the checkpoint either. I mean, they got the lead, but clearly they are not going for the lead. They wanted that check.
Right, yeah, and you know how quickly, you know, each one of them folded in some way, right? You know, and here comes that vac pushing in with, I mean, frankly, no one in front of it. So they're by themselves. You know, Jasmine tries to go in and assist, but doesn't. They only manage to take one out with that special and both of their lives. And so now we see Bread cleaning up that left side and perhaps moving forward.
You don't want to use that vac by yourself. You want at least one teammate to play off of it. And now it's Bread that's pushing in, that's trying to get some control back. And they're looking at their way in. Ooh, very nice jump away by Soldier with the bucket. They're still very much on the attack, but with 2 players down, it looks like NM was able to hold, was able to punish and not let Bread get... Oh wait, Bread is still in there. They managed to respawn.
Yeah, but Jasmine there touching the tower, going to start pushing that forward and bringing it back to mid. So Bread's not able to clear that checkpoint. 2 members down on the side of Bread, but you know, let's see what they do with that crab on that door area by their grate. You know, we're seeing the scrap here for the stack, right? Because, you know, once we get the stack, we could potentially start looking towards that step. But, I mean, they're taking their time.
Yeah, here. Both teams very patient. They know they need a good push. They need to be able to take control of the opponent's top of the map if they want to be able to push past the checkpoint and score the big points right there. And both teams trying to win the fight around the tower as Brett got behind the tower but got splatted for a 2 versus 2. Anything could happen after the next fight.
Crazy splashdown jump, by the way, and then the slosher jumping out and living. Like, the timing of that, the frames, very beautiful. A minute left in the game, and nobody's broken the second checkpoint, Pat. I think it's safe to say whoever gets over there next probably wins the game.
Yeah, probably, but if nobody gets there next, Brett wins the game. That 10 points lead that was looking very small, but was looking not that important right there. It's looking bigger and bigger, especially since Brett still in control, going in the slasher, dancing around. That slasher is splatted, but they took so much attention. The rest of Brett is taking space, Skep.
Yeah, and that's only the ball left standing on an M. Where the Blaster's looking for that pick, doesn't manage to get, but Medi going in front, or Jirachi going in from back, cleaning up that last player as Fred breaks that pivotal second checkpoint and starts going to score additional points. Anything that helps them have more buffer time in the event that NM claws their way all the way back through mid. Oh my gosh, this could be it, Pat.
It looks like it's pretty rough for NM. They're trying to survive, but they need to get on the tower. They are on the tower. Now they need a miracle push if they want to go in. Overtime is on, but they're hemorrhaging players. They're losing so much, and that's Brett sealing the deal with a player on the tower. 2-1. I mean, you said you thought we'd see a bracket reset right now, Brett. They agree with you. They want it to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think, Soldier there on that bucket, on that bottom right side, getting all of those picks in mid, and frankly, the jumps that we're seeing out from Brad, the repositioning, oh no, I'm gonna lose this fight, let me out, just how quickly they're willing to jump out and then just take that space again once the opponent feels like they're no longer there. I thought that was really well played from Brad. I mean, well played from both of them. It was a very close game up for the first 4 minutes. But who gets the better push, right? It only takes once.
And we saw both teams throw a player forward on the opponent's platform for what looks like a losing fight. But both teams were using that player forward to try to take space, to try to give time to the rest of the team to go in. It's just that Brett did it better. Brett did it a bit more and was able to get more space. And when it mattered the most, they were able to take extra space. They were finally able to take that checkpoint thanks to that kind of play, which means they're now up 2-1. One more game would reset the bracket and would tie them up with NM.
I mean, it was that one wipe, right? And the bow mesmerizer was doing just such a fantastic job of, denying space, holding those choke points, whether that be, the step or whether that be over on Slick. Wherever they were firing, you could not stand. They were not letting you. So that pick on the bow, really, really went, miles. For Bread to finally be able to break that second checkpoint. And beyond that, you could tell they felt pretty comfortable, with just going in and taking their trades, especially with GG strikes from Soldier, which they didn't even need, right, at the end of the day.
Yeah. And one thing to note, Skep, we mentioned earlier that there was a donation match in progress on Tiltify. If you want to give for Gamers for Giving, that donation match is still active. You still have 45 minutes left. Any donation you make to Gamers for Giving will be doubled thanks to Squedaddled. So yeah, that's still the perfect time to donate to a good cause to help kids recover in hospitals. And but all the pressure is on NM. They have selected their map mode. We're going back to Splat Zones.
And this is a mode that Brett won on. very decisively, 100-0 over on Mahi. Granted, very different map. You know, you have a lot more places to hide, a lot, you know, more flanks to take. Where Mahi can sometimes feel like you don't have a lot of angles, especially for the first half of the map. So Robo, different beast.
Yeah, and different beast also because these two teams fought on that map mode at the end of the upper bracket finals. That was the game 5. That was the game that gave the victory to NM. So they're going back to the map mode where they won. We'll see if Red has learned from their mistake, if they have a counter to what gave the victory to NM. But let's get right back in the game, Skep. No surprise in terms of weapons. We knew they were going to bring that. Let's get in the game.
And we're not seeing anything this time to deal with the back, right? And we're not on Rainmaker, we're not seeing a Luna come out. And so this looks like it's going to be a fair fight.
Yeah, right there, a crab tank is deployed by Brave. They want to take their control, but here comes the vacuum to completely keep that crab from really getting anything going. NM takes early control, and that looks so scary. But I know it works, but it looks so scary for that pencil.
That takes a level of courage, my friend. Yeah. I did not know you could do that. Thank you for opening my eyes.
Yeah. So that explosion from the vacuum, it's stopped by the smaller sledge, and it looks scary, but the smaller sledge is good for you, right there. So yeah, and I'm still fighting. They're going to be able to apply penalty. Our two teams are still very much in neutral step, trying to really get the upper hand.
NM getting control of that zone with their incredibly small penalty, going to be able to start creeping towards Bread's points. And we can see Umiha trying to go in there and take that elbow. And beautiful picks there out from Yoshel to prevent that, right? Bread, all 4 players left standing as those strikes come out into the zone, and they're going to keep NM from pulling lead here.
Yeah, and now Bread is setting themselves in front of the zone. They have the right position to stop NM from coming back in. The penalty is about to end. That's a lot of points in perspective, but and already a splat and the vacuum coming. NM is back on the zone.
They have the crab out from Bread. No, I'm so sorry. The pen going down with right after they pop cooler, and here comes the crab. It's a 2v2 situation for mid. We see the blaster going in, trying to get the picks, but forced to jump out and reposition. Like I mentioned with Bread and that repositioning, like the blaster is already back in play.
Yeah, it's non-stop action. Bread is very much able to always come back faster, always be in the next fight. And as another vacuum is deployed, we're going to see so many vacuums. The two teams are still fighting, and the splashdown is allowing Bread to fight for the zone once again.
And very nice picks there out in combo with that splashdown, right? In the zone flipping into neutral, we see Soja has those strikes. Those strikes do come out as the bubble does. So we know that they're going to be sheltering in that bubble, but the strikes completely denying that. Umiha, the last left standing, and forced the back.
Yeah, that's the lead for NM, but that's such a small lead, and Bread has no penalty. They're already back, making more points. The crab tank is countered though, and NM is already pushing back in. These two teams are not stopping. We're always in a fight, Skep. But that fight is won by Bread. Once again, Bread holding the lead, getting more and more points. What last chance for NM?
And here are the strikes, right? As soon as NM starts looking forward, we know those strikes are going to come out and shut that down. You know, the pick on the splashdown, it does matter, right? Because now you don't have to deal with the blaster, but there are those strikes. You have to outpaint all of them. You have to outpaint a pen with a split disadvantage, and that just is an uphill battle. That's it.
And that's 3-1 by Bread, beating NM on the map. They lost the upper bracket finals on. That means we're going to reset the score 0-0 between these two teams. But right now, it's Bread, the team that has the momentum, Skep.
And speaking of momentum, this is a charity tournament. We have a $50 donation doubled from Vowels saying thanks IPL. I will throw in a thanks Dapples there too. You know, this is a collaborative effort. But thank you Vowels. Thank you for your kindness. And
Yeah,
Squadaddle
thank you.
for doubling it.
Thank you very much to everybody donating. Big or small, your donations are very much appreciating and helping a lot. But yeah, we have one last set to watch, Skep. One last set to know which of NM and Bread will be able to get the crown.
I did call it with record reset.
You did.
I'm just seeing some brain cells working pretty hard, you know. So
And we're going to start with Hagglefish Market as the neutral map.
On zones.
Yeah.
We saw Bread win both zones games, right? And Vowels throwing in another $25 with a thanks Dapple Productions.
Oh,
You're appreciated,
thank you
Vowels.
so much. Thank you so much, Vowels. That's so generous. You didn't have to. But yeah, that means we're past the $700 now. That's huge. But our teams are already starting, and as you said, Bread is the team that is strong on zones, and one reason for that is that Bo doesn't paint as much as Pencil.
But the Blaster is duking it out on that side, and it is Bread that's going to come out with that victory. And look at that! We can only see that 2 drinks have been got from that cooler. So that means a lot of denied utility where we would have seen NM looking for momentum off of that special.
NM with the vacuum was not enough to cap zone, but the fight is right next to the zone right now. NM were able to set themselves there. And the big question is, can they get back on big? Can they get the paint? That's a big question. Past the 50 points mark, they need to go forward. The Booyah Bomb is not enough, but with 3 splats, Bread is finally out of here, and NM is in control.
Bread has that cooler very quickly, ready to go off of spawn, and we're seeing the pick on Jasmine as the pen here moves their way forward, trying to push past where that vac is going to land. We have all 4 players up from Bread contesting that zone, but can they get the pick on Jasmine? Jasmine, who's there keeping them from entering, she does jump out and reposition towards that right side. So NM, you know, with that delay too, going to start working their way back in, and you know, Hagglefish, typically back and forth. Again, just the pen left standing.
Yeah, and look at that NM, not wasting a second. All of them are forward, trying to get more. The splat on the pencil is so important. They deny range, they deny paint, they deny cooler. That is so big by NM, and they're going to get the lead off of that Bread right now, scrambling to take back control of their own spawn. Now activating the crab, they'll be able to paint the zone, but I mean, they had to concede the lead, Skep.
I mean, if you can see the lead and, you know, work your way forward and it's clean, and you manage to get that cap, and get picks, it could, you know, sometimes it doesn't matter. But what I wasn't seeing out of there was the picks, right? We got in, we got the zone, but we didn't get the opponent to go down, and look how quickly NM takes it back.
Yeah, I mean, Bread used all of their specials to get the zone back, which allowed NM to still stay in the fight, stay around the map. Now Bread is going on. They keep fighting though, and they're still around the zone. But it looks like we're back to a fight for mid. The team that's going to win the next team fight will have a serious option on victory.
Here we go, we see the splash. The Zap getting 2, now going in, possibly getting a 3rd, but they jump out. NM realistically barely holding on to their lead there.
Yeah.
Very beautiful clutch from that Zap.
Yeah, great moves right there by NM. Bread is forced to wait a little bit more before getting back. 2 players down on NM though. Bread should be able to get back to the zone, to get back some bait, especially with the triple splash down. That's a penalty applied. 1.5 minutes left. There's still time for Bread.
Umiha has that back out to go. Medi goes in, does assist with another pick. We see the Blaster coming in, getting it 2 under Ecstasy, and that it's just Umiha. So Bread getting the cap and clearing penalty. This
That's the lead, that's delayed wide, that's so many specials used by NM for no result. Brad is in a great position with 1 minute left in the game. The crab tank is going to slow everything down. NM is forced to wait, and they don't have the time to wait. They need to get on the zone right now. They're almost here, and they're able to cap it. It's not over.
The strikes coming out just a frame or two too late to contest those chumps. The chumps, before they even explode, providing the paint for that cap, buying themselves a little bit more time. But now their backs into the wall. They have to acknowledge this player on the bottom left who's getting in to go for a flank pat.
Yeah, and don't have specials. Okay, they are going to have to use everything. Oh.
That's the player from the left. Ecstasy coming in and getting 3.
Oh, you can't ignore a blaster. You can't ignore a blaster. I don't think NM can get back onto the zone now.
If they do, they're going to have to win their ones here as we push in with 10 ticks left in this game. They're coming out, but they're looking for the fights when the zone, they're begging to be painted. Not going to happen. Wow. Bread winning that, but NM looked like they were going to take it for a hot minute.
NM looked very strong, very dangerous, but Bread were able to really shut them down and stop things. And I mean, Skep, at this level, both of the teams are able to get huge pushes, are able to set themselves in control, are able to set themselves in the perfect position, but there's always a comeback, and there's always a way back in. That's what we see over and over, and now the big question is who is able to make the most of these big pushes. Right now, it looks like Bread is getting a little bit more out of their attacks.
Sometimes all it takes is one player saying, no, we're not losing this game. And Ecstasy there on that flank, just the second player started looking too far to the right, and, you know, shifting their attention away from that flank, coming in and getting, or at least assisting in 3. While we didn't see that directly, I mean, you could see the impact of it, right? Beautiful play.
And that's the pressure these players have to handle. Because we're in grand finals, we're in bracket reset right there with so many people watching. And these games are so close, and I knew they had to look at the zone, but they needed to keep an eye on the side as well. At some point, there's so much pressure, you can't pay attention to everything, but it looks like NM wants to have to look at the side still, because they are going to hunt back Pump Track.
Again, on Rainmaker, they say Western players don't like Rainmaker, and yet I have seen more Rainmaker being counterpicked in this tournament than I've seen played in years, Pat.
Hey, a counterpick can be about what you like, but it can also be about what your opponent doesn't like.
Oh man, I think the Rainmaker in the splash tags says a lot.
Oh yeah. But there's still people that are going to like it, even if it's only because nobody else does. And right there, NM are playing off of that Rainmaker. And I mean, we've seen Snipes, aka Mesmerizer, with the Well String. We've seen what NM can do on this map mode. And Brett knows that one mistake could be a KO for NM.
I'm just saying, I liked Rainmaker before, it was cool. And, you know, NM, I mean, we gotta remember, NM absolutely crushed it, you know, in the last set. But it was 1-1, right? I mean, it was 1 point differential that was keeping them from pulling lead. So it looks like NM's looking for a repeat of history here. We do see NM winning that fight to control top mid here in the opening, but they have yet to touch the fish.
Yep. And both teams just trying to get control around making sure that their grabbing of a Rainmaker would mean a checkpoint. They don't want to give splats to their opponent. And the fight is still raging. Ooh, but the fight, it looks like that fight is broken. Ecstasy to the side.
Yeah, and playing the sides of the map, forcing NM to turn around and, you know, hey, look at me or don't, right? And the crab here preventing a defense up on that top left as those strikes do come out. But it looks like we're just starting to... Whoa, okay, whoa! A lot of specials coming out, ideally to move the Rainmaker forward, but, I think we could have maybe gotten a little bit more points there. I don't think that someone was ready to grab the Rainmaker.
That's a pretty nice opening push by Bread. NM knows that they need something big. The Rainmaker is getting reset, but the fight for mid is raging on once again, and lots of players are getting splatted left and right. And then they want to keep their vacuum, but they're not able to yet. They get sent back to spawn as Bread are on top of mid.
Yeah, and, we did see NM standing on top of each other there. And frankly, I'm surprised two of them didn't go down there. The Rainmaker here on this right side, having to deal with that bubble, and also now that back as well, keeping Soldier out from swinging that elbow. But, I mean, look at all this paint that Bread has in mid, and they are getting the picks, and that's all that matters at this point. I mean, just keep NM out of mid.
And with the lead that they have, that lead is not safe, but they can still play patient. They know that they have all the time in the world. The pressure is on NM to go faster, to get something going. And right now, NM is doing exactly that. They're just dancing around, trying to get splat after splat. It looks like they're able to set a path onto the checkpoint. They're so close to it, and with the vacuum, they will be able to at least break through. Now, one good action, a few good splats could give them the lead, Scap.
And they know that Soldier is in mid, so they're not there to defend the elbow, right? As I say that, speaking of repositioning out from Bread, oh my gosh, they grab the cooler and then just drop right back into mid. And now we have those strikes, right? The hammer going down as the strikes do come out. The vac allowing NM to pull lead there very narrowly, but regardless, I mean, it's Rainmaker. Now NM is the shoe is on the other foot, right? All they need to do is keep Bread out of mid, and I think they can do that.
Yeah, right there. It's a lot of splats going at Bread. They no longer have time to wait. They no longer have time to do anything but look forward, try to get things going. The hammer to the side to stop them. The Rainmaker is stuck here. We're about to enter the last minute of the game, and the NM is hanging to their lead. And
shutting it down. The wipeout in favor of NM as they get that Rainmaker pop as well, and they're going to have cooler to just take whatever risks that they so please to keep the Rainmaker on the other side of the map. That's what it's going to be right now. 2 members down on the side of NM as that Luna tries to take the fight to top mid, but I mean, it 2-2, right? Oh my gosh, they're all gone.
Bread not able to stay on the map right now. When it's about painting around and waiting for their opponent to make a mistake, they're so strong, but right now it's NM very much in control of the pace. And with 20 seconds left, Bread needs something big. Bread needs to really shut things down, get control of it and push forward. Oh, 2 down! That could be the occasion.
And here we go, and the strikes are coming out as that back is as well. But it looks like they live that stamp throw as we head into overtime. Umiha popping that back behind the Rainmaker. Jirachi going to move forward a little bit, trying to stay alive against that. But remember, they are cooled. So Bread can carefully take some risks here to try and allow the Rainmaker in through that elbow. Medi going in, trying to get the big bubble is out. This is making me nervous, Pat! Oh. The blessing. Jasmine got that pick. Oh, I'm so sorry, Pat.
Hey, overtime on this map mode is so rough, because going through that choke point, your opponent knows that they only need to look one way. You don't have the time to go around the map to make that long flank. You have to play that choke point, and at that point, that's where especially things like the well string, you can't go through. There's so many arrows being raining down on that one specific spot of the map. You can't go by.
In a team like Bread that was really doing such a good job at repositioning, you don't have time in that situation to reposition and go for that left flank. Especially when you have this vac keeping the Rainmaker from going forward, having to deal with, where are they going to throw the stamp? Where is the wall string going to stand? And then finally that bubble really just sealing the deal at the end of the game. Allowing them to get paint down to prevent the Rainmaker from moving, right? The Rainmaker needs to move. It's got to live, right? And so the bubble, while not being in the choke point, being on the snipe, allowing them to choke them out with paint. And so that was really well played from NM. I think NM stands for nom nom, the way they're eating bread, especially on Rainmaker. I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how you counter pick. You go to a map mode where you'll be able to perform, and we see that right there. One thing to note, Skep, we are at $700 donated. Our objective, our goal for this stream is $750. We are so close to it, and given the fact that Squidable is doubling every donation still for the next 26 minutes, just donating $25 or 5 times $5 would be enough to get to that goal, Skep.
It could be you. It could be anybody watching this right now.
Mm-hmm.
It could be you.
It could be you.
We're going back to tower control. I think that's courageous on the side of Bren. I wouldn't call that last victory on tower control Inkblot comfortable.
It wasn't comfortable because both teams struggled to get to the second checkpoint, but only one team got there, and it was Bread. So you could say that NM is struggling more than Bread. I guess these teams are really picking the map modes that they expect their opponent to be unhappy with, which is honestly a strategy.
But it takes one play, right? And that's all it takes. And so, sure, you got the one play last time, but can you do it again?
Skep, it's Splatoon. It
I'm
takes
scared.
one play, whatever the map mode. It's always going to be risky.
But it really was just one. Oh!
That's different. That's NM with the double bubbler and a pencil, completely different comp. I mean, they're changing something, and I like what I see. I don't think Bread was expecting that.
No, and that bubble, is going to deny a lot of utility, especially from that crab. The pen too. It can't take pot shots at a bubble. So Bread only having one player left standing, and they're going to go down.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
And that's first checkpoint already for NM, and NM just put a bubbler on top left. NM is very much going in. I don't think they'll be able to get to the second checkpoint yet, but they're getting that in the first minute. We take those. Very, very nice opening by NM.
We do take those. I'm going to want to see, those strikes denying the bubble, like right there. I'm going to want to see, the splashdown denying the safety in said bubble. Bread does have tools to deal with the bubble.
Sure.
But here is the crab, right? You can really shut down a whole value of a crab with a single bubble, and that's what makes me nervous for Bread.
Yeah, well, Bread is not nervous at all. They are pushing in. They've gotten the lead. It feels like the last time we were on this map mode, Skep. Both teams able to very early get the lead, but neither team really able to get past that. Now, the big question is which team will get that one push that gets past the checkpoint.
Blaster v Blaster trade there in mid underneath that ledge. As those whales do come out, we see a splashdown nearly ready as NM gets to that first checkpoint. But, the Blaster on the side of NM is poking just everywhere that they possibly can to try and prevent Bread from getting set up.
Yeah. Blaster has become such a staple of the competitive scene, and I like to say I'm bad with Blaster, but every time I play it, I'm having so much fun, so I'm so happy that it's good.
Yeah, it is a very fun weapon. It's not fun to fight.
For sure.
But NM here on the tower, heading towards the second checkpoint with that bubble
Ooh.
ready to go. Medi
Yeah.
going in, getting that bubble popped out as the strikes from Soldier just deny it, completely shred it.
Both teams getting incredibly strong, getting forward. That looked like such a good push by NM, but Bread reacting perfectly with the strikes, with the players on top of the tower. They shut it down. 2 minutes left in the game, and our two teams are just 2 points away from each other, Skep.
I mean, they knew what they were gonna do, right? Did they react, or I mean, did they proact, right? Knowing like when they have bubble, where are they gonna pop it? I don't know. At the second checkpoint that they need the full lead. All right, have strikes ready. But now they're not gonna have strikes because they get the pick on Soldier. So NM moving to the left side. The bubble is out, you know, before they get there. But regardless, I mean, you got those strikes off the board.
Yeah, but they were not able to run ahead of the tower. They are not able to get control of the top of the opponent's platform. They won't be able to extend their points right there. Bread is defending. Too strong for that. We're about to enter the last minute, Skip, and that lead.
Flashbacks.
I'm having so much flashbacks.
Bruh. Alright, you're doing this to us again, huh? Alright, the cooler is out for Bread. That, you know, we are seeing a little bit of a repeat of history, but the question is, will Bread dare inch their way towards that second checkpoint? We see them going and trying to get the pick on the Umiha on that left side. They do. Two members down on the side of NM as Yoshel takes shower, but Jasmine is there to shut that down, saying, I remember. And oh my gosh! The Ecstasy is gonna get that pick. Yep, Bread's on the tower. We're going.
And that's a wipeout for Bread, who are pushing. I've seen this before, Skep. Bread going to that checkpoint in the last 30 seconds. History repeating itself. And
I just saw this movie.
And NM defending as much as they can. They know they can't let Bread extend their lead. They can't let Bread get that checkpoint. They need their overtime push, and they don't want to have to break the checkpoint while doing so. Right there, 5 seconds left, and then they have to stay on the tower now. They have to stay on the tower. 3 down on Bread. Wait, it's not over, Skep.
The sequel's looking a little bit different. Wait!
Never
It's
mind.
not!
It's not.
Okay. Let's go, Blaster. I was sure you were cooked. You were alone in Min, and yet here we are, Ecstasy clutching up that game.
Hey,
I was so sure it was gonna flip.
all it takes is one play. All it takes is one player, and that player is Ecstasy.
That's the same thing on the Haggle game.
Yeah.
Right? It was just like, no, we're not losing this game. I'm getting that
Actually,
pick.
no. Yep, not happening. Not today. And that's 2-1 for 2-1 for Bread. And now Bread are on match point. 1 more point would give them the victory. Would give them the Gamers for Giving 2026 crown.
Yeah, we got one more game. Possibly. Maybe 2. We don't know. We could have, you know, a God tier counter pick coming out of NM. You know, a God tier play coming out from, you know, any of their 4 players. We just don't know. I do know that we need $50 to reach our goal, though.
Yes, we do. And this could be the last game. This could be your last chance to donate to Gamers for Giving. Anything's possible. We rely on you. But right now, all the pressure is on NM. They need to get their counter pick going. They need to choose this next map mode. This would be, whatever happens, this is their last counter pick of the tournament. And we've seen them go to the map that that Bread doesn't like. What is the next pick now?
Are we going to see more Rainmaker? Perchance. I mean, that object damage on NM is looking pretty cute, right?
They like it. And I know Snipes loves to play Rainmaker with that well string.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're gonna pull out. We're sitting here yapping, and they're thinking, you know, the singular Splatoon player brain cell. That is affectionate. That's right. We all only have one. You only need to count the 4 to get a quad, right?
Exactly. Well, right now we're still waiting for the counter picks. Hey, there's so many map mode, and that neuron is working overtime for
A lot more
they
than
know.
4 map modes.
Yeah, and that's the issue right there. And they know there's a lot of pressure here. They need the victory. Switching their comp was not enough. It did not work for the tower control game. So I don't think we're going to see them bring back the pencil. That's Clam Blitz though.
Ooh.
That's off. Since we're starting yapping, Skep, I don't think we've seen a Clam Blitz game.
No. I don't think so either. I mean, I know so.
Yeah, that's our first Clam Blitz of the day, Skep.
So I'm pondering my orb. And my orb is telling me that this map also really likes Vac. Because if you can get that Vac set up in that elbow, I mean, you're playing a very similar, geometry to Rainmaker Humpback. Narrow space.
Yeah, it's...
if somebody's in that cone, they have nowhere else to stand if they're in elbow, right?
Yeah, and that vac is perfect to get your team under the basket. There is no better tool to get under basket than a good vacuum. The explosion can allow you to absolutely destroy the opponent's snipe if you aim it right. And that's the kind of thing that could give a big edge to NM. But we haven't seen these teams on the Clam Blitz, so they could change their comp. We know that they have lots of different weapons in their pockets, so I'm really curious how these two teams adapt to a mode we haven't seen yet. Well, not much of a change on the side of Red. They know what they do can adapt to anything, and NM is going to stay with the tri-stringer, get back to the tri-stringer and bring back the comp that they've been using most of that tournament.
And we're still seeing Umiha on that 96. It is very solid, not just right now, but on this map mode. And Red, sticking to what's tried and true. Let's see, what this opening looks out, because if NM, comes out really strong here, we might be able to see a glimpse of their game plan.
Yeah, right there, both teams fighting for me. The Super Chumps are there to create some chaos. They're going to secure a trade for the team. NM has a Super Clam ready, but they're so far back, I don't think they really have the opportunity for a push yet. It's Bread that has good positions with that pencil to the side, but they don't have the clams.
No, but it's NM that has the clams, but look at where they're at. They're so far back. And oh my gosh, the angle from that pen. Are you kidding me, Yoshell? Simmer down. I know it's tournament point.
And they're very much proactive. They're very much going forward. 2 down onto NM. The super jumps are not enough to stop Red from opening the score and the basket. And they keep that advantage going. 2 down onto NM. NM is keeping that super clam alive. And they're using the vacuum just to keep themselves in snipe. But they need to move in. They need to get back control.
Oh my gosh! Ooh. When did they form that power clam? Getting to 30 remaining in an opening push is huge, Pat. But look at how quickly the paint in mid is shifting. Mesmerizer has that power clam. They did manage to keep that in play. Now they have this cooler, and they're completely in control of mid.
Yeah, right there. NM have finally taken their positions. They've finally taken some space. But there's someone to the side. There's always someone to the side. And can never rest easy and never safe. Right there. They're keeping themselves alive though. They still have that super clam, and with the vacuum, they're getting to the basket. Now with the bubbler, that's 2 super clams in. They're scoring good points, Skep.
If they deal with Soldier here on the flank, that is huge. They do. We're going to see Medi go in and get some clams in that basket. Enough to stall, but not long enough for somebody to grab that pity clam out of spawn. Mesmerizer left alone in mid, but does jump out for the reset, possibly to start playing defense here. Because again, we see Bread having control of mid and so much paint on the ground.
Yeah, and that's still a good push by NM. Like, Brad got a
Yes.
fantastic push, so they still have the lead. But NM is still very much in the game. And look at that 2 down onto Brad. NM has the momentum right now. They are able to get space, to get paint. There's a lot of clams between the whole team. They will be able to mount something as long as they can keep that momentum going. The splashdown is not enough to stop them yet. Brad has their control over their side of the map, but NM is not that far. And
Ooh, chumps? Oh no, the 96 getting the pick. I could have sworn it was the chumps. I did see NM jumping out there when Bread started throwing all of their specials out, and that served them well because now they have their bubble, now they have their bag, they have a ton of clams, and it only takes one or two clean picks here to start a push. Oh,
yeah, but they just
I
lost
said
their backline and their blaster, and they're just lost all of their clams as well. That's a delayed wipe by Bread, which means Bread is the team that's getting on the basket. Bread is the team that's going to extend their score as they open it up again.
Umiha has that back and uses that to stall out the members from painting their teammates' way into elbow. Jirachi does have a clam, but not enough with all that paint on the ground to extend what Soldier had put down in that basket. They clear penalty, but nothing else.
Yeah, but not extending their lead there would cost them a lot. Going into the last minute, everything is about can NM get another push, and if NM can get under the basket, that free super clam that they just got is going to help them a lot. Now the big question is, can they get on the basket? The vacuum is here, the blaster is trying to get through, but there's 2 players down on the side of NM. There was people behind them. They opened the basket, but they can't get control of the space.
It's the flanks, right? The flanks coming out from Bread, preventing NM from getting that push. Now here we are with just a couple of seconds left in this game. I mean, we are going to see overtime because NM does have that power clam, but Bread has so much control. These strikes are coming out. They're going to prevent that clam from moving forward. And, despite the fact that Bread does not have any clams, you got to cover the entire map in about 8 seconds here. But they just might.
Ooh.
No, the grab. That's it. Woo. No. Just not enough time.
They were going across the grid, but then the vacuum was activated, and like they wanted to push with the vacuum, but the vacuum was in such the wrong spot that completely threw them off for their own team fight. Bread gets the victory 3-1, which means they are your Gamers Forgiving champions. And they win the whole tournament. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations. Very good crab at the end of that game to force their opponents to look at them. And like you mentioned, just that split-second decision saying, I'm with you, but just your greatest opponent in Splatoon isn't the players on the other side of the field, it's the clock. Right, you only got 20 seconds to work with, and we saw Brad playing that clock very well. Crab lasts like 8 seconds, so good stuff. Love to see it. Really enjoyable games that whole set, regardless of what the scoreline turned out to be.
Yeah, and we can thank Kathy with $10 that is still doubled by a Squidado to bring us to 720. And oh wait, just happened, breaking in, we get extra money. We got past the 750. Our goal, we're now at 765. I don't know who, it looks like it was $25 by Ravik. Ravik, you've been so incredible today. Thank you so much. The gluten gods, the witty winners, the bread bosses.
Oh wow, what a fantastic set. I mean, we got to see a bracket reset. They were close games. I mean, how often you see in grand finals a 3-0, right? And it's like, okay, bye. No, we saw many good games. Everyone did so great. Congratulations to Bread, NM, and their previous opponents. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh.
Thanks.
Forgive me. Blanks. Thank you.
Yes.
I drew a blank. Sorry, blanks. You guys did great. It was really good.
Yeah. We've had such incredible games, and a reminder to everybody, if you don't know what to do against your opponent, flank them. Go to the side, flank them, but you'll get a surprise at some point.
Make the map wide, flank them. Beautiful. Love to see it, and I love to see everyone's generosity today too. And thank you to Dapple and IPL for putting on another fantastic tournament, and always showing up to do good work for a great cause.
Yeah. And thank you to all of you for donating, watching, for all the teams for playing. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.